Okay, stream has started. Starting it a little early. Well, earlier than I had scheduled because I'm not going to sit here for 15 minutes. um, so some news in the gaming world. That I don't know how to think about, but if anybody is still living under a rock and doesn't know, the game Hytale was saved by the guy who started it in the first place. It's the craziest situation. So Simon, the guy who was basically head of the Hypixel Studios, started that project internally in around 2015, 2016, and ran it for 3 years before they put out the trailer. And after the trailer went out, the interest was crazy, and basically sold the whole enchilada to Riot Games. And it's so funny when you hear when you read like interviews and you hear like all of the like public relations spin on the situation, because he just did a text interview. Some channel called Ant Venom was able to did an interview with him just via text. Like he's a very busy man, but like, and every time they asked like why certain things happened, the response was always extremely like, this was the right decision. Everybody was on board. This was the best for everybody. And nobody actually says the things that they want to say, right? We live in a world where you cannot be mean. In the business world, you cannot be mean, or you cannot even be honest. Because soon after he sold, basically the studio making the game to Riot Games, he left the company. He got a huge payday. In the some speculate it's in the realm of 25 million, and he left the company. And usually when that happens, it's not a like, hey, thanks, we got it from here, you did a great job. It is, we're bringing our own people, we don't want you there anymore, right? It's not a graceful, friendly process. It's like, we're bringing in a huge amount of money, we don't want you around anymore because we have our own vision for what we want to do. And their vision sucked. The people they brought in, Riot Games, completely destroyed the momentum in the game, and they eventually canceled it. So Simon, having gotten a huge payday, comes back and says, because the community, when the cancellation was announced, comes back and is like, I still love this game. I still love what our vision was. It wasn't as big and grandiose as what you turned it into that failed. I'm interested in bringing, taking it back. And it took, goddamn, the better part of 6 months. I don't even know what the timeline is there, but yeah, they officially announced he acquired it back, and the interest is a very, very fast turnaround for early access. They are going to take what they have, and this is like the old engine. This is what they had originally used for the trailer, like 4 or 5 years ago. Actually, it's more than that. The trailer was what, like 2018? So 7 years ago. So they're taking that, and they just put out, I don't know if you're interested, Oz, but they put out a video, like literally the day after the deal closed, he puts out a 16-minute gameplay video, and it's 16 minutes of the game in engine, the fights, it shows stuff that had never been shown before, right? And the community, the Hightail, the fanboys are just going out of their minds. They're like, oh my god, like this game was damn near ready to release, right? Way back then. The fact that they were able to play, and they the battle, like the fighting, it was nuts in terms of like the voxel game. Like, you know, think of like playing Minecraft and the swinging of the sword and stuff, and it's, even Vintage Story doesn't hold a candle to the fighting animations and the fighting styles and all of that that was shown in this trailer. It was crazy. Not to mention, just it looked phenomenal. Like, it looked phenomenal. And yeah, Simon is like, we're gonna put this out as soon as humanly possible. And yeah, this it could be a major game changer. Him taking that over is such a crazy like chapter in this saga of this fucking game. Like I applied to a job way back. They were hiring soon after that trailer debuted. It was within about a year of that trailer debuting. They had posted jobs, and they were hiring people for creating content for the game by using all of the modding tools, and help refine and polish the modding tools by using them to create content. And I could think of no better job that I could do, right? Having been a game modder and a programmer for 30 years, like, that job was written for me. And so I obviously applied to it. And this was back in 2019, something like that. And I started the interview process, but they had a block of people that had started the interview process ahead of the block that I was in. So they just did interview blocks, right? You had 10 people that are in a block, or however many people are in there, and you have them go through the process. And so that first block they hired, because they were only going to fill like 3 or 4 positions. And so in that first block that I didn't get into, I didn't see the posting in time. So that first block, they found all the people that they needed. So my progress through the interview didn't go anywhere, but because I mean, when it comes to the game and it comes to this kind of content, the well of talent, think of all of the mods, all of the Minecraft mods, all of the Vintage Story mods, all of the projects that people have for other games. It's a huge well of people who would love to jump into a company and do that professionally and get a paycheck. I was not the only one. There are thousands and thousands of people who would be able to fit that bill, and many of which are better than me. To be frank, there are some that are, yeah. And I'm old, so it is what it is.
That's pretty crazy, but it might be revived from the dead.
Oh, it 100. The guy spent millions of dollars of his own money to buy it back from Riot Games. He is 100% going to put it out. There is no question about it now. This is not a boundless situation where somebody buys it and just fucking shits the bed with it. He is because one of the things he did when he left and got his paycheck, got his money, is he started his own studio. Like he he was going down the role of building another game, and he had started hiring developers, especially developers that he knew from Hypixel that had left Hypixel for various reasons, because Riot was completely screwing everybody over. Like, a company like that is, you don't get in bed with a company like that. You just don't. They have more money than sense, and it's a corporate mentality that does not bode well if you're a scrappy little indie game. You cannot. There are two different worlds: the corporate world and the indie world. And the indie world is based in rapid prototyping, experimentation, innovation, whereas the corporate world is bottom lines, budgets, very tight schedules, and they're just not. They're mutually exclusive. They're not compatible with one another. And so for Riot Games to buy that company out, most people who understood the situation, including myself, when that happened, I'm like, oh, this is over. Like, a company like that coming into a little scrappy studio, it's just bad. It's like a pit bull mating with a chihuahua. It's not a consensual relationship. So the fact that he was able to yoink it back and give Riot whatever money they asked, like, I'm sure the negotiating was pretty crazy, which is why he went kind of radio silent for a while. Because in a business sense, you don't want to upset the boat, because going any way, one way or the other, could radically change that negotiation. But he was coming into it from a standpoint of very, very strong, like, very high strength, because they had already announced they were going to close everything and shutter everything. And so you come in and you're like, well, I'll give you a little bit of money just to give me the code and the IP and give me the rights to everything. You're going to shut it down anyway, right? How is a lawyer from Riot Games side, how are they going to, like, argue that they deserve more money when they're already resigned to getting zero money because they're closing everything down? If the company hadn't announced that and they were going to close it down, then they could have had a little bit more negotiating power. But they were already resigned to getting $0 back from that investment. So Simon coming in later and saying, hey, I'm still interested in this. I will buy it back from you. But it's not going to be how much you gave me, because you're obviously resigned to close it all down and get $0. So I could give you $10 and that would still be better than what you're resigned to. So, but I'm sure it was in the realm of 15 million, something like that. Like, it's a big IP. They've already got a huge code base. It's already a playable game, as shown by that that gameplay video. 16 minutes. And yeah, it was cut. Like, they wanted to show the different biomes. They showed the caves. They showed the volumetric lighting and the color lighting, and like, what they showed was spectacular in terms of a new generation. I still have a special place in my heart for Vintage Story, because it bridged the gap between the announcement trailer of Hytale and today, right? So it's like, but Tyrone with Hytale on the horizon, very soon, I think within the next 3 to 4 months, they're gonna release a public build, and they're gonna sell early access, just like Minecraft did, right? The first playable versions of Minecraft were utter shit. No caves, no trees. It was literally like dirt and rock, and that was it. There are no ores. There's no nothing. The first versions of Minecraft were rough, and this is light years ahead of that. But he made it. He in the interview that the channel did, like he really made it known, like this is going to be early access in the purest sense. Like we are putting this out there for the community to get their hands on it and start creating with it. But it's going to be nowhere near done. It's going to be nowhere near. So, he goes, we have years ahead of updates, and he goes, they actually asked him, like, do you see an end date when it's finished? He goes, no, I don't. I think we'll be able to iterate and add to this game for years and years. So he absolutely wants to crush Minecraft, like crush it, which I think he would, with the modding tools and stuff that even they showed on. I mean, they're probably in a rough state. They probably haven't been iterated on or updated in years. So there's a lot of progress that could be made there, and I would love the opportunity, right, to get in on that. I would love it. But I looked, and there were no jobs posted at all, right now. So I don't know quite what to do about that. But again, the well of talent of people to help with that. I mean, it's near infinite. The amount of attention and stuff is. I mean, the Discord is. They posted their Discord. Discord's already got over 70,000 people on it. So. Rockstar Bethesda. Yeah, Spy. Bethesda, in many ways, I think Bethesda is done. I think they're done. It's a right, because now they're owned by Microsoft, wholly owned by Microsoft. Which you never bode well for that. And the latest disaster, that is the Fallout 4 quote unquote anniversary edition, which I think fell flat on its face because it didn't really do anything. And they're trying to sell it, they're trying to do like what they did with Skyrim and sell 11 different versions of it over the period of years. And they didn't do really much to the anniversary edition that made it worthwhile to actually spend that money. Like $70 for a game that really doesn't have a lot of graphical improvements. There's not a lot that they did to it, other than include expansion packs and some creator club stuff. And they're literally trying, with the anniversary edition, what they're doing is they're trying to build a monetization platform like they did with Skyrim and selling Skyrim mods. And yeah, I agree. I've never been a big Fallout person. I played 4, and I might have played 3. I can't even remember 3, but I remember when I played 4. Like at the time that I played 4, games looked a certain way, right? Games in general, like we're talking like the Call of Duty, all of the cookie cutter bullshit games that are still out today. But games had a certain look to them. And I remember when Fallout 4 came out, the visual stuff was not up to par. It was not as good. And the color, like the world itself was just like gray and brown. And it was like, I like, oh man, everything was sepia toned, and it just wasn't visually interesting to me. Not like Skyrim that has, trees and foliage and different creatures, and there was a lively environment. And the Fallout game was just fucking depressing. It was just depressing. Like, oh my god, this world is depressing. So I've never been captured by the Fallout series. Because there was never like an improvement into the world. It's like you didn't go into the world and build a farm and cultivate and actually like start turning the sorrow around. It was just more sorrow. And so there was never an uptick in happiness. It always was just like more depression, and I'm like, I just can't get behind this. Like, I don't enjoy it. I played through Skyrim several times. Skyrim, in my opinion, in many ways, was the perfect game at the perfect time, and that's why it resonated so much. Is the music, the environment, the open world, the story, the whole thing. It was the perfect game, and then you add mods to that, and you just, oh my god, it had longevity unlike anything else. But Hytale, with its modding tools, with its integrated modding system, I think has the potential to dominate the Minecraft community. I just think it has that potential. Because they're integrating the ability to build like mini games and stuff, which it's a surprising amount of content in the Minecraft world. Servers that have mini games and stuff like that, even though I've literally never played any of those, nor am I ever interested in them. It's a huge market, especially with young people. They can just jump into the game, jump into a mini game, and do some parkour, do a race, or whatever the mini games are. You can just invent and experiment and do different mini games, and that's where Hypixel servers are. This is where their bread and butter is mini games, and being able to just charge a little monthly fee or something for access to the mini games. Where Minecraft kind of put the kibosh on their ability to charge, which is where Hytale comes from in the first place. But as far as modability and stuff, I'm gonna hold my judgment on that until I get my hands on it. But I would absolutely look into what they've done with the game and all of the do they have a redstone system? It doesn't have to be redstone, but are they going to include a system like that? Because the redstone, whenever it was introduced in Minecraft, and this was an early addition to Minecraft. Redstone has been around for a long, long time, but redstone, with its ability to trigger stuff, right, and create logic gates and stuff like that, something very, very simple, that spawned an entire realm of mods and creativity. So it would be weird if this game didn't include it. I mean, it's weird that Vintage Story doesn't have it, right? It's just weird that you exclude it, because redstone, think about all of the things that have redstone in the name, right? The entire power systems for mods, red power, redstone flux, this is it derived a lot of creativity just from that one feature. To not include it in the genre of game that you're building would be weird. That would be weird. It would be a weird exclusion to not include a signaling type of system. But until or unless it comes out, we are working on vintage engineering, which is a process. This is a long-term project that I started, and we're just iterating on it, just slowly chipping away at different features, and we're currently working on the multi-block feature. And the multi-block feature, let me give a quick highlight here of why we're building our own multi-block feature. The game does have a multi-block feature, but it is limited in how big your multi-blocks can be, and it's 5 by 5 by 5. Technically 5 by 5 by 6, but we'll just say 5 by 5 by 5. And multi-blocks, if you're using all of the base game structures and objects, that's the limit. That's all it can represent. Due to a technical limitation on how the blocks are named for the multi-block, which was too severely limiting for what I want to do, because I want, arc furnaces, nuclear reactors, oil refineries, distillation towers, oil derricks, all of that kind of stuff is going to be big. It's going to be big multi-blocks. And how do we represent that in here? And I think that as I analyzed the situation, I realized I'm just going to have to roll my own multi-block system. There's really no way around it because of that severe limitation on size. You can only have 5 by 5 by 5. And I want, the oil refinery to be 9 by 9 by 16. Just a huge building that takes enormous amount of resources to build. And then, is able to provide a significant amount of resources back. But, so I've got a custom multi-block structure, which integrates some new data that doesn't, the base game doesn't account for. So, customizing the multi-block colors of all of the different components that make up the basically the recipe for building this thing. I need to be able to differentiate which ones, are which. So this one can be orange, this one can be red, this one blah 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 blah, right? So you can customize those colors. It's some way to specify like this is what goes in there. So like a fluid IO port can be different from just a generic scaffolding block and stuff like that. Which is kind of the bridge feature of what I want, which is a ghosted version of the block to be shown. And that I'm not sure how to do, because that involves like a mini dimension weird system, and I don't know the entry point and how to do that. So that I want to get this feature done and functional before I go down the rabbit hole of making it look or perform better. I need something working, and then I can iterate and improve on it from there. Or somebody might pop in and be able to help. But having something working and having a baseline of like, okay, this works. It may not have all the features that you want, but it works. That's my first goal, is getting it working. Played 3 in New Vegas. I never played New Vegas, and apparently New Vegas was like the bestest, which is funny because it was done by a different studio. New Vegas, I think, was Obsidian, wasn't it? Wasn't that studio Obsidian that did New Vegas? And it was like people loved New Vegas, and it was like not even a Bethesda. It wasn't even a Bethesda creation, which is kind of amusing. Back when Obsidian, yeah, most of these companies have lost their way. They just, because a lot of them, again, this gets into the corporate structure. A lot of those studios that did some excellent work back in the day, they've lost all of that talent, right? The original core teams that created those great things have since moved on, right? They have moved on to something completely different. either formed their own studio or became a founding member of a group that formed their own studio. Their talent is now somewhere else. And if you look up, like, right now, the Elder Scrolls 6 that's being worked on, if you look up, like, who the lead of, like, the story and the quests is, if you look up, like, who's in charge of the quests and the characters and, like, the story in general, it's a blue-haired, septum-ringed, like, crazy liberal, right? Like, who God only knows what their ideology they're injecting into the game. So when somebody posts, like, hey, look at who, like, this is, our proud LGBT, lead of game content, the community sits back and goes, oh, this is not going to end well, because we've seen how this story ends. We've seen how this goes, right? Look at the game flops of the past 2 years. This is not going to end well. When you start injecting that ideology into the story, and all of a sudden the story becomes that ideology, you can have, like, you can have female leads, you can have gay characters, you can have all of that in a game, but you cannot focus the game on that. You cannot wrap the entire story of a game around that ideology. So it's like, the problem is not that these people put their ideology in the game. It's that they make the game about the ideology. I mean, Dragon Age literally had a scene in the game with pronouns. People talking about pronouns. The whole cutscene, animated, voiced, the whole thing around pronouns. And people are like, what the fuck is this? This is so stupid. So, I don't hold any hope for Elder Scrolls 6. It's DOA in my opinion. And honestly, the delay of GTA 6, like, that could be any number of things. So it's pure speculation on my part. But, like, for Rockstar to delay that game again after the announcement of the release date, now they're delaying it another 6 months. When I look at that, I'm thinking this could easily be, and again, this is pure speculation, this could easily be the top end management, who, by the way, never give a shit about this ideology. All they care about are sales and how it performs, right? You would be hard pressed to find an executive team that truly believes this, and the people who do shouldn't belong in an executive team, because Disney has a couple major activists in their executive team for all of this bullshit, and it shows when you have that. But Rockstar is like, this delay could easily be them going back and going, we need to remove some of this shit from the game. Like, this is not resonating with audiences, and they've seen the flops, the massive budget games, $250 million games, just not sell at all and completely bomb. And Rockstar would evaporate if that happened. They've spent upwards of $2 billion. $2 billion on GTA 6 already. They have not recouped any of that money yet. So they need this game to sell large volumes. And it wouldn't. If they injected a ton of ideology into it, that would be quickly known in the community, especially that they're going to release it on consoles first and not on PC. If they're not doing a full broad release to every platform and it's injected with all this ideology, you're going to get people on YouTube posting videos of the woke ideology bullshit in the game, and they're going to chop the sales, PC sales, off at the knees before it even comes out. right? So that people are going to know what they're going to buy before they buy it, because it's going to be expensive. It's going to be really fucking expensive. I can guarantee you that. They do make money online, but what do you think would happen if they tried to inject a bunch of ideology into the online world, right? So obviously the new release is they're gonna fold the online part of it in, and they're gonna, the MMO side and the new game, they're gonna fold all that in. And if the new game is full of this ideology, what does that mean for the online? And you might have mass cancellation of online subscriptions, and you not only hurt your sales of your new game, you're going to cripple the online subscriptions by doing this, because that broadcasts to the audience like, oh, this company is captured. They're captured. You know, you got the consultant firms that just, like, I should just use my name as a consultant firm, go into these companies to unwokify them. Just go in and be like, all right, you want to actually sell copies of your game? Let's take a look at what you have. Right? I could do that. I have no problem being brutally honest with people. I have no problem with it. I would prefer to be able to sit down at an executive team and look at each one of them who make way more money than I ever have and go, you guys are screwed. You might sell, you're looking to sell 10 million copies of this game. You'd be lucky with 2 with what's in this, right? You better pray for you get 2. So it's like, I would have no problem being brutally honest and say, you need to strip this out. You need to take this out. You need to downplay this, and you need to streamline this, and you need to make your goddamn female leads attractive, for fuck's sake. Like, it's insane what the games industry has become in terms of like the high level AAA style. It's just like, what are you doing? Do you understand your audience at all? Do you understand your customers at all? So stupid. So yeah, it is it's going to be interesting. The next year is going to be interesting. The Hightail release and how that ever goes. And GTA, if it doesn't get delayed again, will be next November. For Christ's sake, I can't believe they delayed it so much. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Oh, Fable, yeah. Yeah, a lot of games are like that, man. Like, people are like excited for a game, and then they see gameplay and they see this shit, and it's like, oh man, like, this is horrible. And the games that have flopped and the games that have just died, it's stunning how much money has been lost in the last 3 years. Like, between Disney and the movies and the TV shows and the games, the ideology is it's so antithetical to customers and enjoyment and entertainment. It's just like, oh, we're just gonna put this ideology in everything, and we're gonna shove it down your throats. And it's like, no, we're just not gonna consume it anymore. Gamers are, when games are $70-$80, which they're becoming, it's a much harder ask to have somebody pay that money to just get preached to, right? If you're going to preach to me, give me the game for free. Yeah, the quote of "this game wasn't made for you" also implies they actually understand their audience, which means they know that they're not going to sell very many copies of the game. So why then are these games budgets $250 million? If they know the audience for this is a tiny fraction of what their audience would be otherwise, if they know they're driving away 80% or more of their audience by doing this, then why are the budgets so big? So the game wasn't made for you, quote, is an afterthought of, oh, we're not very successful. We need to justify why. Again, nobody is actually honest in the world. In the business world, in the gaming world, nobody's actually honest about the shit that goes on. And I have a family member who lives at this high level, like, executive world, and you do not, no matter how bad your boss is or the people you work with, no matter how bad they are, you never speak ill of them, right? You never, ever speak ill of them, because that means the next person that you interview with looks at that and goes, I'm not going to hire them, right? Even though it wasn't you that was bad, it was your boss. But because you spoke out, because you ruffled the feathers of the business world, now you're not hireable. And that is the culture of that high level team, is no matter how bad an executive is, and it could be the CEO, it could be CTO, it could be CFO, whatever, no matter how bad they are, you never hear bad things spoken about them until way later, or until some disastrous fallout where somebody's like, oh my God, the Harvey Weinsteins of the world is like, oh shit, this is why that kind of shit goes for so long, is because you don't ruffle feathers in the business world. You get quietly exited like Simon did from Hypixel. You sell the company, and they kind of say, here's your money, now go away. And you never speak ill. You never say what's actually on your mind. This company bought my little baby and they destroyed it with their bullshit. So, we shall see, but the knee-jerk reaction of blaming your audience and blaming your customers for faults that they may or may not have, for the failure of your product, is the same sort of victim mentality that they hold on to. No accountability. No actual responsibility. You're a creative director of a game, and you have a $200 million budget, and you get the executives above you, they're not gamers. They're executives. They're not going home and playing games. And so you're put in charge of that, and suddenly you're doing things in the game that they're not going to be well received. Deep down, right? And then it fails. And the executives above you are going, why is this game failing? You're the creative director. Why is this failing? What are you going to do? You're going to fall on your own sword and say, oh man, I put all this ideology in it. Obviously, it didn't work out. No, you're going to say, well, the customers are all bigots. And it's like, it's their fault this game isn't working. It's their fault, and it's just like, okay, well, it is what it is. Like, the gamers that you're pointing to and saying it's your fault, the gamers are looking at you and going, oh, yeah, okay, have fun in the bread line there. Have fun being fired, because we're not buying your game when you start calling us names. So yeah, I see elements of the ideology leaking its way into other games, and it's hard to believe some posts, but somebody took a screenshot, and again, this could be fake because we're living in a time when it could have been faked. But somebody posted screenshots of when you start Minecraft, right? It'll have Minecraft on the title screen, and then it'll have some text on the side, right? This flavor text on the side is just like, it just is pulling from pulling from a list of text and it's just picking at random, a line of text to put there, right? Now featuring blah blah blah, or now it's just some fluffy flavor text on the side. And somebody took a screenshot and posted it, and they had 3 different screenshots, and they all were gender based. Like, your gender is valid, blah 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 blah. Right? There's 3 different ones that cater to this gender ideology. Now, that might, on the surface, be whatever, right? But the insidious nature of that is the main, like, Minecraft is one of those games that kids start playing pretty early. 7, 8, 9 years old. They will start playing Minecraft. And this is that subtle start of the ideology. It's just like, we're going to put this text in there and virtue signal, like, hey, Minecraft is for everybody. When you don't need that text, everybody was already playing it. You don't need that in there. But by putting it in there, you've started down the path of indoctrination, and that's where it starts. And so I saw that, I was like, well, if this is real, this is going to be a problem, right? But you can't control the modding scene, and you can't really control like what mods people do, and so there's literally mods. There's create add-on mods for like gender ideology and shit. Like, it's just so stupid. But there's also create mods that add like a whole like Breaking Bad style, type of content. Like, you can create like the blue wonder or whatever they called it. Like, it's like, yeah, so the modding community is going to be all over the place. There's tons and tons and tons of mods for various games that you just kind of shake your head and go, God, humanity is so screwed. If you look at some of the worst mods for Project Zomboid, they've got this furry anthro mod lane that's got tons of mods for that. There's a ton of like crazy adult mods for Stardew Valley, for Christ's sakes. Like, Stardew Valley is like a super wholesome game. And of course the modders come in and we're like, oh, we can have, poly relationships and we can have all of this stuff. And it's so stupid. But people are going to and they're going to do mods that do whatever they want. So it just is what it is. Whatever. So yeah, I didn't mean to rant today, but it's a rant day, I guess. But yeah, the hightail situation was fascinating. Because yeah, it's a crazy story, and if Simon can turn that around and put out a early access, playable, whatever, and get it in the hands of people and sell 20 million copies of it over the next 6 months, he would more than recoup his money. Because he's not going to put it on Steam right away. He's already said, like, it's not going to go on Steam, not in its current state. He wants it to be, if it goes on Steam, he wants it to be more final and polished. But I'm sure Steam would reach out and be like, hey, you can put it on our platform and we'll give you a good deal. Because what he's not interested in, to translate the message into what he wanted to say, right? Let's translate the business spin PR into what he wanted to say. And that is, there's no chance in hell I'm giving Steam 30%. Full stop. That's what he wanted to say. But no, instead he was like, it's not ready to go on Steam. We don't want to get it more polished and blah, 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 and revisit that in the future. No, what he wanted to say was, I am not interested in giving Steam 30% of a game that I just spent millions of dollars on to get back, right? 30% is a huge knock to anything to a company that doesn't do shit for the game. All they do is store it and allow people to download it. Well, you can spin up your own servers to do that shit. Look at Vintage Story. Like, they have all their own stuff. So, like, Tyrone is not interested in giving Steam 30% of the $18 that it costs to buy Vintage Story, right? Because that's a huge amount of money to an indie. So, yeah, most games are just like, no, I'm going to opt out of that 30% hit, please. Steam is a shit show when it comes to the business side. It's extremely good when it comes to the customer side. Like, that's why it's so popular. Customers love it. The workshop, everything is all integrated, multiplayer. They've got a bunch of stuff, right? But to carve 30% out of every sale of every game on your platform, 30%. That's essentially a 30% tax on your game, on your sales. 30%. That's insane. So yeah, he's gonna have his own little thing, just like Minecraft and Vintage Story and a lot of these other games are just like they're not interested in giving Steam such huge amount of money. And so Steam could go to them, even though they won't. They could go to them and say, how about 10%? Right? Because Steam would rather have 10% of something than 0% of nothing, or 30% of nothing. 30% of nothing is still nothing. 10% of something is still something. Right? It is something. But yeah. Anyway, what was I doing? I haven't done anything yet. I've just been ranting this whole time. So I haven't really done much in the last week since the last stream. I've been modding and testing and playing Stardew Valley. I've got a set of stuff that I've built. I kind of showed it off on stream on Saturday, but I added another one. I did an Uber shed for Stardew Valley. I built an Uber shed which has 4 rooms. Each room can hold 1,000 things. Right? 1,000 crafting things, like kegs and shit like that. I made them 32 by 32 squares, so you can technically fit 1024 in there. But I wanted to ensure that you could fit 1,000 things in there because everything stacks to $9.99, and so it's really easy math to just kind of boop boop this stack, this stack, this stack, this stack, this stack. So now I've got an Uber shed, and I don't know how to distribute that mod. Or all of my mods, because they're like customized, enhanced versions of mods that are already on like the Nexus. So it's like I took like the expanded buildings mod, right? And I added the Uber greenhouse and the Uber cellar onto that mod. But the original mod is still good. I just added onto it, and I don't know if I could split and separate my mod from their mod and just have a dependency, or if everything has to be sort of in the same file. And I haven't looked into that. There's a counter argument. A lot of people won't buy it. Yeah, I mean there is, but a game like Hytale, like please, you're gonna get so many sales. But buying it on a different, like buying it somewhere else, you're more or less buying it. Unlike Steam, you're literally paying to rent it. Because Steam could at any time shut down. And what happens to your games if Steam, for some reason, goes down or gets shut down or gets sued into oblivion or whatever, right? What happens? Or gets hacked and removes all the games from every account, and suddenly you have no games. You open Steam and there's no games in there. Like they can remove the games at any time. I've had it happen. I got a press copy of a game, Timberborn. They were putting out an early, like to YouTubers, you could get a press copy of the game. And I got this press copy, and I covered the game. I don't know if I streamed it or did a series on it, but I enjoyed it. And I was like, hey, this game is going to be available or whatever. And about a year went by, and then they officially like put out like 1.0 they put out the official like Steam version. And the press copy of Timberborn just disappeared from my list. They literally removed it off my list completely, and I had no say in it whatsoever. It just was removed, and it was gone forever. And so that's one of the reasons I've never played it again, because I'm like, oh, you're gonna give me a press copy. I'm gonna do free press. I'm gonna cover the game, and possibly give you sales, even if it's one, right? If somebody buys the game because I covered it, that's a sale that you might not have had. I'm gonna cover the game, and then you're gonna take away the game from me, and force me to buy it. That was whoever in that company decided to do that is a royal piece of shit. I'm sorry, but you're going to remove the game from people who covered it for you, who spent hours of their life covering the game, and all they got was this free copy, right? Their compensation for that was the free copy. And then you remove the free copy? You're going to take that away? That was insidious. That was insane. So yeah, I was not interested in giving them money and covering the game again. Just not interested. If you're going to do that. So yeah, I would have loved to have played it again. It looked awesome. And they've done a great job with it. It's one of the few games that has like a realistic water simulation. And I would have loved to enjoy that. But after that happened, I'm not going to buy it. Not after that. Okay. Let's see. I don't even know if I want to I don't even know if I want to work on this right now. I'm going to be gone all next week. So there's going to be no stream next Wednesday. I'm going to be gone all next week. And not getting in until really late Friday. So the stream next Saturday, the stream this Saturday is either going to be Stardew Valley or it's going to be Astroneer. I haven't decided. I don't like Astroneer. I don't like that game. The inventory shit, the little things that you have to do with the inventory, it's just not enjoyable. So they're putting out a DLC tomorrow. And yeah, I'm willing to stream it because other people are willing to play it. But I'm going to be taking like just kind of a back seat and just like chilling and watching. If we can get it working. My Friday is going to be completely it's going to be gonzo. So I hope somebody's going to be around tomorrow to test multiplayer, to make sure that we can actually get it working. I don't even know how we did it last time. If I just hosted, that might be what we did.
I think we've done it both ways before, but most recently, I think you hosted.
Yeah. So like we need to do a quick test tomorrow if people are still interested in it. I mean, if Renegade got permission from his
His boss.
His probation officer. His boss, wife. Well, you know what? They're all synonyms. But I don't know how long he's going to be there. You know, if anybody else is going to show up, it is what it is. But so that'll probably be Saturday. I wanted to continue with my Stardew Valley, and I may do it here and there if nobody's around, or if I need something last minute, or if people aren't available, then I can just jump into Stardew Valley and continue that. Because that game just eats my time. I haven't lost time in a game in so many years, and that game just eats time. It's just crazy. Like, I hopped into it last night. I was like, I'm gonna hop in, do a couple days in my test world, and then go to bed. It's 3 a.m. before I realized, I was like, oh shit. I gotta go to bed. So it's just like time just evaporates in that game, and it's weird. Hey, Robert. Okay, so what I wanted to work on today was not necessarily a bunch of code. I wanted to ensure that the blocks the blocks that we had, just generic blocks, mind you. So let's look at Vintage Engineering mod. Vintage Engineering. And, because we're near the end of the month, and I'm going to be gone next week, I don't know when to, there's not a lot. This month has the code base, the code is, we've made progress, and there's been a couple bug fixes of things that were reported to me, but and we can check to see if there's been any new bugs posted. Forge not heating ingots, game crash. Yeah. These are fixed. So the issues, this is why I want people to post on the issues page, is I can easily track these and fix them. So if you post bugs on the comments section of a mod that has a GitHub issues, if they have a link that's obvious for issues, post there, because it's actually what I look at. And if a new one is posted, I get a notification email. It's like, hey, somebody posted an issue, right? Somebody posts on my comments page. I don't get it. I don't get diddly squat with that. So I don't know if somebody does that, because the comment section is not for bugs on any mod. Don't use the comment section for bugs if they have an issues link. So yeah, there's no new issues, none that are not fixed. So I could probably, before I leave, because Monday, my flight at Monday is 5 a.m. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal. So, what I'd probably do over the weekend at some point, maybe Sunday, is put out a new community update. I just got to make sure that it's, I'm not breaking things. So the IO blocks is we did sort of the tail end of it last time, where I added some
textures, and I sort of borrowed these from a immersive engineering generic texture add-on, and they're all 32 by 32 textures, which is why I used the PureDB like add-on, PureDB texture pack, because it's 32 by 32, which is the size of the things. So it like, but the textures I want to keep because they would be good for indicating on a multi-block, like the power IO. You could use that for the face of actually where you put the connector on the multi-block, right? So the textures are not just for the blocks that you place, right, to create the structure, but also you could use the same texture on the face of the block that you intend to do it. So we have item IO side, we had fluid IO, but then we could have on the multi-block, and I included these textures in the design docs thing. So this design doc, this textures is just, this was all of the textures in the thing. Like these are all the textures. Obviously the MC meta. I don't think Vintage Story supports animated textures, which is what these are. I don't think I've ever seen an instance in the game, Vintage Story, of an animated texture. I don't know if it supports it at all. If you put support in there and just didn't use it, but I think that like when you watch lava and the lava is flowing, like, or water, when it's flowing down, I think that effect, instead of being an animated texture, I think it is a parallaxed shader of the texture. I think the shader itself is offsetting that texture down, and it's tiling it, up. And it's done via a shader instead of an animated texture. That's how I think it works. Again, rendering shit is not my forte. It's just not my strong suit. That's a good steel block riveted texture there. I'm going to grab that. And again, a lot of these block types. Okay. Textures, block, multi-blocks. We're going to do reinforced steel. A lot of these textures can be redone. Like, I'm not married to any of these textures. If people want to work and upgrade the textures and all this kind of stuff, then I would love to see it. So you see blast furnace. This is one of the reasons I named my blast furnace the blast furnace, because this is what it's called. Blast furnace advanced. Yeah, this is the one that I was thinking about when I made the blast furnace, is the advanced version. But the IO ports on the sides, item in and item out, but that's wooden. Are there no... Where are the fluids? Fluid, no. Conveyor, connector, no. And I don't want to deal with UV unwrapped models, right? I I want to try to have as many reusable textures as possible. So like the engineering blocks, we already got that one. These two definitely want. I'm trying to have some sort of familiarity with this. So we're gonna grab these and go multi-blocks here. Heavy engineering, light engineering. Metal device, here we go. Fluid pump side. So we have the blue and orange. I also want to try to keep there we go. There's blue and orange. And go to multi-blocks here. So input is blue, fluid in. Well, let's do metal. Fluid metal, right? Now items. Items are the wood, and I don't. I don't know. We're just gonna have to. Well, let me look. What did they? Yeah, the pump check that I posted in the Vintage Engineering channel has that fluid output metal texture on the side there that you can see right by the oil that's been output. That's where that texture is used. I don't know as far as the item output. You know, if we want to do a color-coded version, I think we do. But I would need a version of these that, you know, has metal in it. And the shape, again, this is a pure BD. This is a pure BD craft. You know, the pentagon is, or is that pentagon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's pentagon, 5 sides. That shape is reminiscent of the texture pack, right? This is what they use. So it's, again, I'm not. These are just temporary things, just to basically placeholder. I just need something to use. And I wish that, well, there's a blank one. Okay, so this, and this we're going to grab. Just, so as like metal in is blue, item in, item wood, item wood, and then turntable bottom will be item wood blank. Just because the edges there are would hopefully match up. You know, item wood in, yeah. Hopefully those would match up. Because what I'm thinking is they just took this and just put in the middle, right, to try to get it like that. Maybe use a hopper shape. Well, yeah. The input and output, they're just indicating the face of the multi-block. So an example is this. Right? Here's my Discord. Oh my God, Windows. Jesus Christ. So this here, right? There's the face right there. There's the fluid output face. This is the texture I'm talking about. Just that is the texture I'm talking about. So the multi-block is going to be a huge thing, right? This is a 5x5x3. So it's 3 deep, 5 wide, 5 tall. That face of the multi-block you can just set to that texture, and that indicates that face is a fluid output port. So the multi-block itself will have those ports shaded and indicate a consistency for what the face does. And that's what these are for. Because the blocks that you place, right? This is the block that you place, that this is what it looks like. It's a different look than what this is. And again, it's because I'm not I could sit down and take this shape, right? And then make a generic opening. Basically just like, hey, take this shape, do this opening without the color coding. And that indicates this is an I/O port, but when you place that I/O block, it's generic. It's just like, this is going to be an I/O port here. Once the multi-block is formed, boom, then it gets that color coding of, oh, this is an output port, or this is an input port. And then it's more specific to what that is. And that's sort of the, in my mind, how to control that. So with those textures, it's just, again, I'm just trying to be consistent with blue being input, orange being output, because that's the universal, that's how all the mods that I've ever encountered in Minecraft that do this, thermal, and there are several others, immersive, obviously. That's the scheme that they used. And I want to be consistent, because if you change it up, then people are going to be like, oh man, I got to adjust to a game. And if you just make it understandable and consistent, it lowers the barrier of entry of understanding. And that's what I'm going for, is I just want it at a glance, somebody to look at and go, oh, I know what that means. So yeah, it is what it is. So the IO ports, so the multi-blocks, these are the textures. We can go to block types, multi-block. These IOs here, we've already defined these in here, and we've specified, hey, these are the shapes. Now, what we could do is basically create a version of this, but instead of being IO, we need just generic building blocks. Namely, we've already got all the specific ones done, right? Item, fluid, power, signal, gas, mechanical interaction. Those are done. But what about just heavy engineering block? Right? That it's just a heavy engineer. It would be a expensive component of a multi-block, specifically to the multi-block system. Right? You could place them as deco blocks if you wanted to break up textures and stuff. But that's why I added the textures, is heavy engineering, light engineering. Can we think of any other ones? Any other weird engineering blocks or just generic metal decoration? We have, I guess we could do like sheet metal. We've already got like scaffolding done. That was part of, block types deco. Girder, industrial glass, metal platform, metal stairs. We've already got all of those. I kind of inherited a lot of these from QP Tech, and I just edited them, polished up the shape. Especially like the stairs. I redid the shape of the stairs to make it look better. Everything else I sort of just did one pass of polish on the shape and the textures. And just bumped them up a little bit, put a little of attention into them. So a lot of those are already done. We're going to be pulling from those in our recipes, in our building schematics. But the multi-block specifically, heavy and light. What other? I can't remember. Multi-blocks. We have leaded concrete. Do you have guides? Guides in my Discord server. Guides. I don't know what that is. Guides?
If I were to make a guess, like a step-by-step how to do the vintage engineering stuff.
There should be in the handbook in the game, like guides in the game. Like I worked on that quite a bit. Let's see if I can build and pull it up here. It's gonna take a hot minute to boot up. Yeah, I see it. All the things. It still only needed one atlas, 638 textures in one atlas, which is pretty good. Oh Lord, of course it's nighttime. It's either raining or nighttime. It just is. But if we go to the handbook and we go to guides, right, you have a bunch of guides in here, and you should have vintage engineering. I've got 5 different guides in here for vintage engineering. Vintage engineering starting guide, heating, pipes, power, and yeah. So, and we've got, cross reference things in here. I did put some time into this. But it's like where to start. It's like, hey, you just where to start? And I just kind of give hey, this is a start. You don't have to do this, but I mean, once you learn the mod, then you can kind of customize it any way you want and how you approach it. But I made sure to point out, like, you have to heat up some things in order to use them, namely, like, in the metal press or the extruder, they have to be hot. The LV goals is, like, what are the final boss of the LV tier is the blast furnace, right? It's just like, hey, what, with a power blower on each side, left and right side of it, like, it's just like, hey, what is the thing that the mod does? There are 5 different guides in the game that lead you down, like, how to do it. And I don't know why people don't look in here. I guess it's just not intuitive in the game yet to actually look in here. But yeah, those guides are all done to help you. If you need further, then I would like to know, like, what you're stuck on to try to flesh that out a little bit and say, hey, what do you is there something that's still confusing beyond what I have written in there? There is a certain element, there's a certain amount that, figuring it out on your own is part of the mod. Like, if everything is, like, just handed to you, like, then why are you playing a game? If there's no element of discovery, invention, trial and error, right? I think a lot of people just want to do it the best the first time, right? I want to min-max the very first time I play it. It's like, no, you don't know what you're going into. I mean, how many games of Factorio did I play before I really understood, like, how to min-max it? I probably a dozen or more. What recipes need to have the electric ingot heater on to give mixer? The mixer, admittedly, is one of the least documented things, but the heating elements, I've not figured out how to edit the handbook. See, the handbook, when you're looking at a specific recipe in the handbook doesn't offer a lot of ways of adding content to it. And so any mod that edits the handbook has to do it in a way that, like, you're literally, like, editing the code of the handbook to try to inject data in there. I really hope that Tyrone and company, in whatever they're doing, that they offer hooks. They offer ways to augment the data in the handbook. Because right now, you basically have to, like, hook into the handbook via Harmony patch, and it's just really ugly. So when looking at, like, a metal plate, the little blurb in there with the metal press and stuff, that code that does that was not written by me. That was written by Blue Lightning. It's a Harmony patch that injects data into the handbook, because it's an ugly hack. Basically, what needs to happen is there needs to be a hook when using the handbook. There needs to be an event or a hook that says, "Hey, I'm going to call this delegate hook anytime that somebody's looking at something," and a mod can then grab that, and when you're looking at something that's relevant to the mod, I want to add data into that hook. That's what needs to happen. It hasn't happened to my knowledge yet, but it really does, because there's more than a few mods that all hack the handbook, right? To try to inject custom data into that. And that's a problem. Because when you have multiple mods sort of trying to hack into the same functions, then you get crosstalk and you get all shenanigans that happen. Because there's no one hook that's called. So yeah, right now, what I would refer to, like I said, that there's no real way right now to add that data elegantly. So I would look at the mixer recipes here and say, okay, well, these are the recipes specific to the mixer. This is one of these is where heating would be relevant. And right now, like oil products, like you can, I think this was added via PR. Somebody wanted some oil products, but this is one that requires temp, right? So the asphalt from bitumen here, this is a recipe that adds the asphalt from, right? It ingredients bitumen, block gravel, block sand gives you asphalt. But also bitumen from oil requires temp. So you get crude oil in the mixer, you heat it to up to at least 100 degrees, and you get output of bitumen. For every 2 liters of crude oil, you get 1 bitumen, right? Which is itself a burnable item, and then you can use that to make asphalt. So this here requires temp. So this would require placing the mixer on the forge, on the electric forge, and then setting the temp. You have to open the forge and you have to set the temp to at least 100 degrees. Now, to broadcast that into the handbook, right? I am not sure how to do that. Not elegantly. To try to pick apart the recipe and say, okay, well, you need to require temp here, and you need this, and you need that, and there's a bunch of data that I would want to add into the handbook for most of the machines, because like metal press or the extruder, I would like to have in there. If you're looking at LV wire, it shows the extruder. When you look at the handbook, it's like it's an extruding recipe, but I would like to add which die cast you need. I would like to add, like, you need the LV gauge die cast in there. And then which ones are allowed. Because the harder the material, if you're making steel screws, you might need a higher tier screw die cast, right? You might need that for the higher tier materials. And I would like an automated way of doing that. Of just like having those lines in the handbook. But again, that all of that code regarding the handbook augmentation, I didn't write. And thus far, it's basically worked for the last year and a half without me really touching it at all. And I would have to spend some time sort of analyzing the code and figuring out how that's put together. And then figuring out a way to inject extra data into there and pull some of that data to put in the handbook. But I agree that there is a gap with not knowing like how that works. The mixer itself is sort of the one of the reasons why it's not finished or at least as finished as I wanted it to be. Is because the mixer is a pretty high level crafting machine. It's one of the most complex machines in the mod right now. The mixer is a very complex machine because it has multiple inputs, both item and fluid, and an item and fluid output. And it's like anytime you're dealing with fluids, you've got a bunch of shenanigans that you have to deal with. So the mixer is really not as polished. Because it's meant to be like a bridge. It's meant to be a more advanced crafting system to lead you into the MB tier. But it does do a lot of things already and more efficiently than the base game, namely like making tannin, for leather making and stuff like that. It's a more efficient way of doing that, which is why I have all the recipes in there, right? All of these are part of the mixer. You can make concrete with it, the strong and tannins, the leathers, cider. It's just a lot of, fluid crafting. But broadcasting that in the handbook is definitely on the wish list. Okay. So as far as let's see, textures. Let's see, mod block types, multi-block. What other types of blocks?
Do you have ladders?
No, I don't. Ladders, I might be able to do metal ladders because ladders are part of the base game. But I think they're all wood ladders.
Yeah.
So metal ladder could be possible. That is a more complex implementation though right now.
Yeah, a little less straightforward.
Because the shape would be, and I don't know how a ladder functions in terms of verticality and how it detects up and down. Like there's some code behind the scenes that allow the player to use it as a ladder. So it's not just like a dummy block. I'm more interested in what are the dummy blocks? Because a metal ladder is definitely something that I could integrate into the base mod, not necessarily just the multi-block part of it.
Would something with motion gears be appropriate? Because you got the machine blocks, but those are usually more solid textures. Something with I suppose if you had gears, you'd probably want to animate it too then.
Well, again, these blocks are the base building blocks of a multi-block.
Yeah.
So they're just what blocks do I have to place to validate the multi-block? That's what these are. It's just you drop these blocks down as an ingredient in the multi-block schematic. When the multi-block is formed, it's a completely different shape. All of these blocks will just disappear. They will basically turn transparent because they're going to turn into dummy blocks. And so whatever form the multi-block takes, that is going to have all of the shenanigans with it. Whether it's animations, whether it's whatever form that it takes. And so it's like right now, I'm just like looking at what are the base things that we're going to need. So like the blast bricks, for example, the reinforced bricks, these kinds of things. Just like what would you make a multi-block of, depending on the multi-block, right? So, steel blocks, scaffolding, metal fence. The trouble with metal fence is I already have a mod that adds metal fence. So doing it again, I would be superfluous, but I would definitely want to include metal fence in the vintage engineering mod. And right now it's a part of my Buggy's random changes mod. The metal fence. But yeah, let's see. Concrete, I've basically got concrete. Yeah, just like dummy blocks. Do I? I think I have. I think I have this block, this texture here. Yeah. This one's got little. This one's got little rivets. Rivet. Because we're also going to need a bunch of textures for wood and wooden, the treated wood, which is where the creosote oven comes from. Like the treated lumber is a big part of the immersive engineering mod itself. So the treated wood. Yeah, treated wood here. So we have this and this. Let's do this one as well. How about this one? Just some variety. Let's do treated wood bordered. Treated wood reinforced. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, any other scaffolding? I've already got metal scaffolding. Although this could be a treated wood walkway. Treated wood walkway. Okay. Or I could do, instead of walkway, I think it might be, how about path? Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, what a huge waste of texture space. Oh, look at that workbench. Uses about half that texture space. Less, this is about a quarter of it. Look at that. Crazy. You can just see how much wasted data there is there. What a waste. Yeah, don't do that, everybody. Okay. Treated wood package. No. Okay. Stone. Metal device. Multiblocks are just all giant textures. Yeah, look at the firm. Look at that, like, crazy amount of texture space. It's just waste. The entire bottom half of that texture just isn't even used. What a waste. These are enormous textures, and they're just not needed. Okay, so these are like almost again, it's a huge waste when you have 4 different textures, all with different names, and they're all they're a carbon copy of one another, and they're just the same block that we just looked at, the same texture we just looked at with the walkway. So yeah, a lot of these textures we could integrate into fanciness. Like fluid. This blue border here, we probably want this.
Did you catch the question about do you have a concrete paver texture?
We do have some concrete in here. These are from QP Tech. So concrete, all the different colors. So concrete, plain. As far as bricks, though, I don't have a concrete brick texture, so that could be one. Fluid side, none. And so the blue band is sort of like indicates fluids. As far as bricks go, I mean, concrete brick, it's a subtle texture. Very, very subtle. And we don't really have a connected textures. I know there are some people dabbling in connected textures for Vintage Story, but I haven't seen a major like base game like API for them yet. I mean, when you think about it, it took years for that kind of thing to appear in Minecraft, so it's not an easy thing to do. So we already have concrete blocks in the mod. So I would be less inclined just to need to include bricks. Just because a concrete block is a concrete block. Like, they're hard enough to craft as it is. I need to close that. I keep looking in there. So we have this power IO here. This power IO. Power IO. Let's make this like HV. And then is there a middle ground between those two? We have this, which would be like an LV possibly. And then this would be like HV. And again, these are just indicators. These are like, what texture would you use to indicate there's something that goes there? So do we have an intermediate between these two? How about like this? I think this would be the MV. And this one would be the HV. Like, so you have this one would be LV, and I really honestly doubt we would have very many LV connectors. Like, it's just the tier for multi-blocks is basically MV and on up. But this would be LV, this would be MV, this would be HV. Just like, what texture would you indicate on a multi-block that there's like something that goes there? Or like power. How would you indicate power goes on this spot? Okay. So that's quite a few textures. So we have then a system. Let's see, block types, multi-block. Deco. Yeah, I think Deco would probably be the way to go here. We are going to just copy asphalt and go treated wood. Okay. And open with. Okay. This is going to be treated wood. Max stack size. Texture by type. Yeah, we're going to need to borrow. Varying groups, type, and I'm just going to take this and shove it over on my other monitor. All right. So what types do we have? We have horizontal. Bordered, path, reinforced, vertical. Treated wood. Okay. And then we're going to want this is essentially I never can remember the syntax. I don't do this often enough to remember the syntax. But we just look in a generic thing here. This is what I was going for. Okay, and then we want behaviors like that. And then we need treated wood dash type. Is that valid? I don't even know at this point. Is there an example, a base game example of something like this? Oh, so many windows. Vintage story, assets, survival, blocks. Blah, 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 blah. Wood typed fence variant groups. Aha. Oh no, that's that. Behaviors doesn't have. Okay, so that's not right. Stairs, possibly. I'm just trying to think of like which blocks when you place have an orientation, right? Ah, see, base code. Plank stairs, wood pulls from that. Cover pulls from that. So, technically speaking, this would pull from that. And so is that the same syntax? It is. It's not exactly because it's the behavior, it's wrench orientatable. Orientatable. Orientable is like, sounds oddly racist, but orientatable is how I would say that. So yeah, there's a lot of variance for a single stair block. Like you have wood, we have your type of wood, then you have vertical orientation, then you have horizontal orientation, and then you have another set of free or snow covered. Like it's just, oh my god. And then you have some skip variants, down north snow, down east snow. Yeah, crazy number of shape orientations of a block, right? Because you have all of the vertical orientation, so that's like up and down, and then you have northeast, southwest on all of those as well, and then you have snow and free. So you have, oh my god, it's just so many variants. So this would be treated wood dash horizontal dash north, and this would allow you to, for the texture, it would allow the texture to be swapped. So a person placing the block could, basically go, I want the texture grain go this way, and then this way, and then this way, and then this way, and then this way, right? can do that. Now, I don't anticipate these are not stairs, so placing them up above, not really something I wanted to support. But we're gonna have textures by type. Oh man. Do I want custom shapes instead of textures? Hmm. I don't know. Like, horizontal bordered path, reinforced vertical. Because we do shapes, we'd be able to customize. Somebody would be able to come in maybe later, customize the shape. So we could do shape by type, like this. And then come in here. And let's go shapes, block, multi-block. Treated wood. Let's do folder treated wood. And then cut, paste. Horizontal. And then I need to use the bathroom. I can't even think anymore. I've been doing the pee-pee dance. All right. Okay. Oh, Jesus. I don't know why when I double click a word, that VS Code also selects the dash. Every other text editor I've ever used doesn't do that. And I don't know if there's a setting, if it's just JSON itself that's doing that, like, I don't want to select the dash. I just want to select the word. And for some reason, when I like click a word, it highlights the word, but it doesn't select the word, right? So it's very, very confusing. So now I have to like individual, like just go in here and like do that. Okay. And then in here, we're going to do, I did create multiblock / treated wood / horizontal. So we have this. /bordered /path /reinforced /vertical. Okay. And I don't know if there is a elegant way of rotating these other than shape shenanigans. Just spamming the shape. So if we just look at this, you can see here, right? So north has no rotate, but the three other directions, we need to actually rotate the damn block because the textures are specific. You have different texture bases for all of these. So there, we're going to need to rotate Y. Well, let's actually make it easy for ourselves here. Rotate Y. And then copy the whole enchilada. East, south, west. Oh, see how it selected the whole damn word? No, I want to select north, not the whole thing. Why do you do that, VS Code? Why do you suck so much ass? You want to... VS Code is literally the biggest open source project in the world. In the world. Hundreds of people have contributed to this project, and they couldn't do that right. I don't want to select the whole damn word. I just want to select the word I'm clicking. Right? Not like just no. I just want to select the word I'm clicking. It's so stupid. East. 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 And then east, believe it or not, is a 270 rotation. And then this is going to be south. And this is going to be 180. And then this is going to be west. And this is going to be 90. Like, I wish you could set the shape, right, by type, the base shape, and then, like, rotate by type. Like, rotation by type, or shape rotation by type, or something like that. Like, set the shape of the base, like north, set that, and then rotation by type would be, it would just take that shape, the same shape, and just rotate it by type. I'm not aware of a way to do that, other than what I just did. Okay. So now we need to actually make these shapes. So let's pop open the model creator. We're going to open... No, not textures. Shapes. Block. Multi-block. Treated wood. Horizontal. Yeah. Because I copied the shape, I don't know if there is a way to clear, and clear. Okay. And we're going to go north, image. See, I don't know if there's a way to clear these. I don't think there's a way to clear these. Not without opening the thing and actually clearing these. So I'm gonna have to do that anyway. So this is the horizontal. So textures, block, multi-block, treated wood. Horizontal is the base. Yeah. Apply. We're going to copy and paste. What text? Should we have a different texture for the top? Like, I don't... I'll just leave it as is, because the vertical one we can add the special top on, right? So we're gonna also then save as, and we're gonna need wrong window, bordered. File, save as, bordered. Okay. We're going to need image, import, bordered, apply, copy, paste. Okay, save as, and the next one is going to be path. Why? What in the... Save. Save as. Why did this reset? Why did it reset? I literally just saved. And it knows the directory that it saves in. If I open, it knows the directory I just saved in. Why? Why did that reset where it's looking? That makes no goddamn sense. Why? Now I gotta fucking like go through 7 different layers of directories just to get like half. Okay, so we want to go up, image, import, and then the path, open this, apply. And again, we want to look at north. So the north is this way. I think the path could be, and again, we could customize this. We could shrink down the voxel. We could add the rivets. We could absolutely like do a whole bunch of detail to the block, right? I'm not against that. I just can't spend an hour making this look really good while my main effort needs to be in getting the goddamn like multi-block system working, right? That's my goal. This making it look pretty is a down the road for me sort of goal. So like
basically just placeholder.
Yeah, it's like if somebody else wants to come in and spend some time, if they're good at this and they can sit there and like make it look good, then that's great. But my goal is to get something, make it look decent, like just make it look functional, or make it at least not crash the game. And yeah, I just want to make it decent. So we're gonna maybe apply this. No. Image, import, cancel this, apply. Now, the big question is, will these line up? They kind of will. Okay. Copy. We're going to go east. Paste. Like that. Now I don't have a... I don't have just a flat texture to use there. I don't think there's a texture for that. Because it'd be kind of a bland and generic. It would just be a solid color, and I just don't. Here's a texture I didn't. Yeah, there's not a. So we'll just have to leave that as is. But I'd probably want. Copy, paste, paste. There's no way I can rotate that to make it fit. So I'm just not going to worry about it. The down is what it is. Probably make the down look like the up. Be nice to have a light down here to see how that looks, but you know, whatever. Okay, so there's path. So let's save as. Let's do. Are we going to get our good directory? No. For some reason, even though it knows exactly where this file is, right? When we save as, it's like, no, we're going to reset your directory because screw you and everything you stand for. Mod, assets, vintage, shapes, block, multi-block, treated wood. Reinforced. Now, I wonder if we save as again. Nope. Okay, reinforced is going to be okay. I think the top image there apply, and the bottom image there apply. And then the sides image import is reinforced. Apply. Copy. Paste. 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 Now, should we do the top and the bottom as that too, or is that going to be good? I think that should be fine. Because the border around there kind of matches the border around these, and it just kind of works. So we're going to save. And then we're going to save as again. And we got to go here. And here. And here. And here. Okay. And then vertical. Okay. Now, these image import vertical. Apply. Copy. Paste. 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 Vertical, 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 vertical. Okay, all those are vertical. And then let's look at north again. That actually matches up perfect. Except for the north. The shading is on the opposite side, so we can go to the north and just flip it 180 degrees. That way the shading matches up. Now the sides obviously don't really match all that well. But there's not much I can do about that. The up. And there is another texture I just spotted in here. See if I can find it again. So this one is another one. I think I might already have that texture in. Let me copy that. Go to textures. I do. Item wood blank. Well, what would we call a block? We already have one that's reinforced. And then there was another one besides that. Let me see if I can track that down. Yeah, there was this one here, which is even more reinforced. But that is marked as steel scaffolding top wooden. So it's like, it's a special scaffolding block with a wooden walkway. I'm, you can go crazy. You can drive yourself crazy with trying to think up like all the different variations of stuff that you just, it's unending, and you don't need that many. So let's grab this texture and plop that down here. I'm gonna go treated wood banded. Okay. Okay, so if we do, we're going to go new, close that all out, and then let's open all of these. Oh my God, why can't I open the, I hate Windows 11. I hate Windows 11 so bad. Okay, so it only does save. Excellent. It only saves the texture references. Okay, good. Yeah, it only saves the ones that are needed. That's excellent. I don't know why I have a wind mode in here. I don't need, why do I have wind mode in here? No, I don't want, why is there wind mode in here? No wind mode. Nope. I don't know where this came from or why it exists. But, the wood is not going to, it's not going to wave in the wind, obviously. So we can do vertical, banded, iron, iron. What would be a name of a treated wood block with this texture on all sides? The whole block is going to have that texture. Because this is the reinforced. So we could maybe rename this one. And then this one could be reinforced. So, like, what would this one then be called? I'm open to suggestions. Because treated wood dash iron, I don't know. Ironed? Ironed is not really a thing. I don't want to get too verbose and do iron reinforced. Like I'm tempted to just do H for horizontal and V for vertical. Just shrink that down. So here we copy these two and we say, all right, these banded and then iron. Like that. And then this is going to be banded. And this is going to be iron. Right? Banded and iron. Or I could do steel, metal, whatever. Again. And then open. Well, I think it would be better to go to shapes, treated wood, banded iron. Just copy them. That way when I open, I can just do banded here. Right? Let's actually select the damn cube. Thank you. North. Wow. Image. Import. Banded. Apply. Copy. Paste. 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 And the south, I need to flip. No. That's right. Oh, those are right. Okay, good. So there's the banded. And then open. Iron. North. Image. Import. There it is. Apply. Copy. Paste. And again, you could customize this. You could have like these corners be full block and then inset, even if you inset this by like 1 voxel space, which is 1/16 of a, if you just inset that a little bit and even inset, you could inset this 2 and then this corner 1 and then have the iron the little iron bits, right? You could have those stick out a little bit, but it would massively increase the amount of polygons that this strip is, right? Because right now, we could do somewhere in here, count triangles, 12 triangles. And I can guarantee if you did that shape change that I just mentioned, where you inset, a couple spaces just to make it stand out, you're gonna take 12 triangles and now it's gonna be, 250. Like, you're just gonna radically increase the amount of polygons there is. So you have to be very careful when you do that. Okay, so there is iron, basically the iron version. And that's just, it's a sturdier looking block that you could, build with. Okay. So now we need oh man, Jesus Christ. There. So let's do these first. 27, 1, 8, 1, 8, 9, and 9. Okay. And then east. There we go. Not that you really need, like, the iron west doesn't really need to be rotated because it's the same texture on all the sides, but if down the road somebody customizes that and makes it look fancier, then it is what it is. Okay, so this then type horizontal bordered path reinforced vertical banded iron. So that's a lot of variance of just treated wood. Again, there's going to be no recipes for any of this stuff, but I need to get the blocks in. You got to do the blocks. You got to get those in before you get the recipes in, because the recipes have to make something. And if the block isn't in, the recipe will fail, and you'll either get a crash or you'll get a failed. You'll get a bunch of log entries that stuff is just not working. So you kind of have to do stuff backwards. You have to get the final product in, then you have to work your way back, and the last thing you do is the recipe, right? When I was doing vintage engineering, like the main LV machines, I was implementing them, like getting the block and getting all of that working, and then the recipe was the last thing I implemented. It was the recipe to actually craft the block was the last thing I did in that process. So this is kind of how this works. Okay, so the other blocks, like heavy engineering, light engineering, basic blocks, I don't know. Reinforced steel. So what could we do in terms of because we would have like the heavy, like, what would you name, like building blocks, the components, basically like the stuff that goes into the structure, some generic, I guess you could do like multi-block deco. Generic. Those are shapes. Multi-block. Generic. So, light mechanical, heavy mechanical, steel reinforced. Okay, so we go in here, open, generic, heavy mechanical, image, import, apply, copy, paste. Again, you could absolutely pull details out of this, right? For one, you could inset the whole thing 1 voxel. The rivets, you could pop out 1 voxel, so they're on the edge. And then this would inset 2 voxels, and then you could do all sorts of funny shenanigans in there, and make this look really, really good. Okay, so let's open light mechanical. Image. Oh, this image, import. Light engineering. Apply, copy, paste. Save. Open, steel reinforced. Image, import. Apply, copy, paste. Okay. So I think with these blocks, we're not going to have, the difference is we're not going to have northeast, southwest. These are just going to be blocks. As the strictest sense of the word. Just like this, only these blocks are not really, they're not really indicating a specific location of interaction, which is what this multi-block IO works. It's like, these are special blocks that indicate what goes there. And so the process of swapping the blocks for the dummy blocks, it's going to be able to detect, hey, is this an IO block? And some way of indicating that specific position is a like an IO block for fluid. Now how I work on like exactly, is it input or is it output? I think I have to encode that in the multi-block structure. So let's see, the treated wood is okay. This we're just going to save as, and we're going to just name this generic. So instead of generic, I'm rethinking this. We're gonna name this component. MB component type. Light engineering, heavy engineering, steel. Um,
You know when the seasons start changing, when the puppy wants under the blanket.
yeah, that is definitely true. Yeah, yeah. The cat has started to crawl under the covers on the bed, so she's not on the couch behind me. She's not in the chair. She's in the bedroom under the covers. Yeah, she doesn't do that during the summertime. So this is going to be component light engineering, heavy engineering, steel. And I'm going to rename, instead of mechanical, engineering. So this is going to be light engineering, heavy engineering, steel reinforced. I'm separating the shapes because yes, it's a cube. I don't know. I really don't know what this draw type does because there's a couple different values you can put in here. Cube and JSON. Like I don't fully understand what that does. Like if you have a complex shape or a more complex shape than just a cube, like do you have to like what is the draw type? I have no idea. You know, maybe there's something on the wiki now. I mean, I would have to kind of look around the wiki for like specific draw, like modding draw type like what is that draw type and what different values go there and how does that affect things. So yeah, these are and we could add and augment. This is one of the reasons I'm doing it this way. We can just add if we have different variants of just components. If we think of other components, not only could we add this, but other mods could then add their own as well, right? If other mods add multi-blocks and they have specialized blocks, because these kinds of blocks, this is where the cost of the multi-block comes from. Because these kinds of blocks are going to cost steel, they're going to cost iron, they're going to cost various things, right? And that's where like the resource sink is the cost of all of these blocks in the whole scheme of things, right? So scaffolding blocks, fence blocks, railing blocks, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so this now we have yeah. These are just generic blocks. We don't even need attributes. We don't need any of that. And if they want, I mean, if you want to use these in decoration of your base, then they can be used for that too. But that's the extruder. This is so yeah, again, this, if you wanted to add treated wood variants, there'd be a lot more to patch in here, because you'd have to add your variants into here as well as all the rotations. And I'm putting all of these under the multi-block category because these aren't really going to be used in the normal, like, yeah, they're deco blocks and you could craft them, but they're going to be, expensive enough where you wouldn't want to do very many of them. Lots of like light engineering is probably going to be, iron-based plates, screws, and blocks, and the heavy engineering is going to be definitely steel-based screws, blocks, plates, rods, stuff like that. And then obviously the steel reinforced is going to be really heavy steel. Steel screws, steel block, steel rods, just massive amounts of steel. Okay. VEMB component block. So the other thing we're going to need let's get out of shapes and textures. Go to block. This is component. That's treated wood. MBIO. Let's open this. Because what I need is to see what. Okay. I don't have any of these in here yet. This, right? This is so I always have this at the end of the file and I don't have a comma after it. So every other line has to have a comma after it, except for this one, which is why I did that. So that's just always at the end of the file, and you can always have a comma, or you always exclude the comma, and then that way it's always good. And if there's errors inside of here, then I know there's something going on here. But what we need is let's go multi-block IO. So we have vintage engineering block dash multi-block IO dash, right, item fluid power, blah blah blah. So do we then have a separate help name for each type? And I think we do, for at least these. I think all of these. So item, right, will be a certain thing, and then we copy that and do this, and then we do DESC, and that's the description. So you have the name, and then you have the description. So then we take both of those. Well, let's do this multi-block IO item. And then we can grab that and go, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we want to do fluid. I should have copied and pasted this a little bit better. Power. Signal and then gas. Oh, just the word, please. Not the whole thing. Mechanical. And then interaction. Okay, and then fluid. Power. Signal. Signal. Gas. Mechanical. Action. No, just I don't know what's wrong. Like, if this keyboard that I got, this is like by the way, like the 5th keyboard that I've gotten since I started the channel. I go through a lot of keyboards, but I don't know if like the keys are subtly different on this than what I'm used to, because I fat finger keys all the time, and I'm just super frustrated because, yeah, like the memory map that I have for keys and stuff is just so different. Okay, and then I'll do the descriptions in a second, but this then, so this is all of these, right? We took care of all of these. So now we have treated wood. So we want to take English. We want to just grab maybe just one of these and paste it here. And this is going to be block treated wood dash whatever. Treated wood. And then we do the same thing. Treated wood dash whatever dash whatever. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total. Let's just do this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so the next one is horizontal. Stop clicking on that one, please. Bordered. Bordered. And these are just like different variants. Path. 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 Okay. Reinforced. Vertical. Banded. And iron. Okay. Now we have to add a dash star to the treated wood because these are these have directionality, right? So these all have another variant on top of all of these, which we have to just all of these get that, but we also need blue, we need handbook group by treated wood dash star, exclude by type, star dash north false, but star true. So the way that cascades is, it says, oh, they're all exclude, and then it goes, oh, except for the north, right? It excludes them all, and then, oh, nope, not the north. And so all the norths, when you look in the handbook, the ones that you see are north. If you didn't do this, right, if you didn't do this step, you would literally have a handbook entry for all of them, right? So imagine the stairs. If they didn't do this with the stairs, you would have 60 different lists in the handbook for every possible orientation of the stairs. But because they do this, you can exclude all but just one entry. And it's usually the entry that is what drops when you break the block, right? So this horizontal, what block does this drop? It drops the north variant, so it's usually the north variant that you keep in the handbook, and all the other ones are removed. Okay. So treated wood dash star it just groups all of them by treated wood, so all the treated woods are grouped. I don't fully understand a lot of how this works, but whatever. That's just and then the rest of these, obviously, we don't have a northeast southwest, so they're all going to be just part of the thing. Okay. So we're going to go back to these, and we're just going to grab a copy of this again. And this is going to be VEMB component. And then we're going to remove, God, I wish you could double click the word. Right? Just double click the word. That's all I want to do. Double click the word. Oh yeah, and then we have dash. Well, there is definitely a dash on these. And there are a total of 3 right now. Yeah. So we want to do light engineering. We want to do heavy engineering. And we want steel. Okay. Okay. I probably have forgotten, or yeah, I probably have missed some blocks here and there with the strings and stuff. Multi-block component, building component to indicate item IO input output location. To validate layer to validate building layer and progress to the next layer. I don't know. Treated wood block horizontal treated wood block variant. I might not need a different description for these blocks because they're all, I mean, they're treated wood block variants. There's nothing special about either one. Like what would be the reason why you would need to have a different description? I think we just do this and we could get rid of this and then this and then this. Right? You have one description for all of the treated wood block variants, which is what this does. Just all of them. Okay, so light engineering block for use in multi-block construction. can also be used as an expensive deco block. Heavy engineering block. Reinforced steel block for use of multi. Okay. Okay, that is a lot of blocks and such. But this step, right, doing this kind of filling in all of this filler stuff, you got to do this before I could specify the recipe for the creosote oven, right, with all the item and all of that interaction. I needed to specify those blocks before I can actually do the code for those blocks, because I actually need a block that applies that code, right? So that's why basically the IO blocks, MBIO, these are going to have entity class by type for the interaction, right? Because I need that block to have a special entity class, and then when I put it into the recipe, then I can work on the code as to how that block works. But doing all the code first, I've tried it both ways in my programming. Like, I'm like, oh, I know what's coming. Like, I know I'm going to have this block, and I know what the functionality is. But it's a lot easier for me to like put my mind in that mode when I have a block that I can actually be like, put down in the world and interact with, and just incrementally fix all of the little bugs, right? So when I first got like the first test machine and the first test generator, when I first got that stuff running, you know, it took a couple months of work to iron out all the little quirky bugs that I was running into, right? There was a little bug here, there's a little bug there, the little functionality there, and it, you know, once you have something in the game that you're actually able to iterate on, and you incrementally start fixing these bugs, and you start fleshing it out, that's when the sort of snowball starts going down the hill. It's like, okay, now we've got a code base that we can run with and test, and now we can start that process. And that's kind of where I'm hopefully building up to that in terms of getting this function and getting this feature working. Is I need a critical mass of all of this infrastructure in order to just kind of run with the feature and be able to test it. Because right now, the recipe that we have for the multi-block version of the creosote oven, that recipe doesn't have any of these component blocks. And if I want to actually validate and work on that code, I really want to do it with a quote unquote final recipe for the structure, right? I want the blocks that I actually test with to be the blocks that are going to be used, right? I don't like duplicating my work and then it's like, oh, now I've got this feature working, now I can do all of this work and actually plug in the right thing. It's like, no, I want to do it once and test it as is. So yeah, I needed to get all of this stuff in. So let's just hopefully verify that all of this stuff is done. I didn't really change any code thus far today, because it's mostly been in JSON. We'll probably get some errors in here. Maybe. I'm watching my game load here. I'm just seeing if there's any blatantly obvious shenanigans that are happening. I'm not seeing any like obvious crazy crashes or we have defined a block entity class. Multiblock IO has a defined block entity class. What? Wait. Power west, signal west, gas west. Wait, those should not. Let's do. Okay. So there's all your multi-block components. Multi-block building component indicate item input output location. Right, so you have all of these. And then the interactable link should have, this special location is what you right click with a wrench to validate and form the multi-block. Also used to validate current building layer and progress to the next layer. A lot of this other code, like page code and stuff, it's because I have debug information turned on. But, I mean, the fact that the blocks are all in there, so now how about treated wood? And they should all have the same description, because it's the same description for all of them. Okay. So while we have this going, I need to take another restroom break. I will be right back. All right. So why do we have a bunch of errors? And this is what I'm looking at, by the way. We have a bunch of errors. Define a battle class MB VEMB dummy. Okay, I didn't register those classes. So we have all of these in the game. So we can just look, give block, int engineering, treated wood. Come on. Treated wood, reinforced North 10. Ooh. Why? What? Why, for art thou, are you what? So how is this? Squeeze me? Is it the draw type that's doing that? So like what? What would be the draw type of like the stairs? If like it doesn't even have a draw type in here. Block material. I don't see a draw type anywhere. It also gave me an error on this. It said wood not found. So what is the sound that this sound sounds? Planks. Okay. Block planks. Oh, walk wood. So walk wood is good, but block planks is hit break place. Place. So I'll just copy. Just the same. These are just. But we have to do a domain change on this. Oh my god. I fat fingered it again. Control C. Because this file is technically in the vintage engineering domain, we have to make sure to redirect that to the game domain. So this is why the game colon is there. We technically don't need vintage engineering on this because this is already in the vintage engineering domain, but I just for my own sanity, I want to make sure that I am indeed pointing to the right thing here. So yeah, we don't need the that. Drops. Wrench orientatable. But we use horizontal orientatable, which already should do that. So this draw type is cube, and you specify textures by type. But the stairs is shape by type. But it doesn't have a draw type on there. So we remove the draw type from here. We probably want to remove it from here. And here. Since we're specifying the shape, because I want to leave room for possible like detail work later down the road, right? So it's like if somebody or me or anybody comes in and is like, here, I've done a better, steel reinforced block shape. That's not only optimized, but a little bit better look. Then I can plug that in and then use that shape, and I don't have to come in here and do a bunch of shenanigans if I just did draw type and shape by type and all that shenanigans. I just plug that in. If it never happens, it never happens, and the shape is the shape no matter what. I'm not gonna sweat it, but anyway, I just wanted to make sure that we had all of our bases covered so we can get these variants. The other thing I'm going to need, I can't forget, I'm going to need a treated wood board, right? Because how do you make the planks in the game? The treated wood is, you take boards, any board, and you're gonna treat that board with the creosote to make treated, and you can take any board and turn it into treated wood. And so that board, I need a specific board block. And it's not a block, it would be an item. And then it would probably be resource board wood. Where would it be? Resource utility? No. Part? No. Where would the board be? All right. Somebody throw me a bone here. What? I don't think it's a block. I'm quite sure it's not a block, but we can look anyway. Wood. Wood typed. Okay. I need to look at recipes. Grid. Slabs. Well. Planks. Plank. Not board, plank. Item, plank. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking board. Item types. Plank. Resource. Plank. There it is. Open with Visual Studio Code. Okay, so textures would ideally I would just be able to add a variant to this. But as far as the texture goes, the only real way to do that would be basically adding a texture into this directory tree with like treated wood 1. I don't know why there's a 1 there, but a treated wood 1. Because yeah, all of this I still want to use. Value expected. Okay. It does not like single quotes, apparently. Yeah, there's so much malformed JSON in this game. I don't even know how it works. So the plank here, item plank, where are the variant? Yeah, variant groups, states, aged. What we can do is we're going to copy this. We are going to create a new text file with this. We're going to save block types. This is going to be item types, parts. No, TS. What in God's name? What is it? Oh, TypeScript. Treated plank .json. So we're going to do if only there was a macro that I could use that fixed all of this. It's like the editor knows, right? Property keys must be double quoted. Why can't I run a macro that just double quotes them all? Just like, hey, fix the problem that you yourself detect. Just double quote everything. You already have an algorithm that detects it, and you squiggly line the underline. Why not add a little thing that just fixes it? That would be so very nice.
That sounds like heresy.
It's like a lot of these features are like they're just okay enough. There's just one step they could have gone. That's like, and I've looked, I've searched. At least you can double click it and just hit the quotes, and it does it on both sides. There's at least that. But now there's like now the X, Y, and Z. So what I do here is I do an X colon find, and then I do quote X colon and replace all those, and then I do Y, and then Y, then I do Z. No, not A, Z, and then Z, replace. There. That takes care of all of those. Okay. So the variants would type treated like that, right? And then we're going to remove this and go treated. Let's do star dash treated. Okay, and then So we need to go to textures, right? This is looking for textures, block wood planks. So block, new folder, wood, new folder, planks. Okay, and then we can look in the base game and say, okay, we have textures, block, wood, planks. Okay. And then the board itself is still the same. Block, wood, planks, wood 1. So there's your 1, right? And then you have variants on that. So what we could do is take the board. Well, yeah, we're going to have to grab multi-blocks, treated wood itself. Paste that in there. So this would be treated 1. Right? So this would be treated, but it really doesn't match this, right? This has 3, whereas the treated is 4. Right? So universally, these are 3. So what I think I'm going to do, because the textures are so damn close, I can probably just grab the acacia. And we're going to plop those in our directory. And we're going to rename the acacia to be treated. Treated 1 bad. And so we have acacia 1. So we have treated 1, treated 2, treated 3, treated 4. Okay. Because the UV mapping on the plank, or on the plank shape itself, right? This here, we're just adding to like the code. I don't know, like yeah. We are going to be adding under vintage engineering. So I could add this to the game domain. I do have a game domain on vintage engineering. Right now it's used for the Catanary mod. But if I wanted to add this to the game domain, the code here is not, I don't think you can put a domain in here. Right? I couldn't do like game code plank. I don't think that would work. At least I don't know. If anybody out there has tried that, let me know, because that would be nice to know. But we're basically adding a variant group called treated, and we are using our own texture. We're using the base game plank shape, but we're overriding the texture with our wood texture. This may or may not work. I'm hoping it does, but we want to then take the darker treated color. Let's see if I can just spit these out really quick. from the acacia, we want to try to match the color as best we can. Oh my God, Windows 11. So we have this. This is our sort of our goal, right? This is our goal, and then this is our start. So I just want to try to get this a little darker. So we're going to go adjustments, hue saturation, and I just want to like why can't I? Jesus. I can't have two things going at once, I guess. So we're maybe gonna we're gonna bring down the lightness a little bit. Maybe up the saturation. Ah. Yeah. Doing a grayscale. Okay. So let me just jot these numbers down so I can do it to all the ones. So plus 11 minus 44. This is what I'm looking at, by the way. Hue saturation. Okay. Okay, so to take this, we save it, we close, and we open the next one. We go to image, adjusts, hue saturation, and now we do 11 minus 44. We get the same numbers in there done by the same amount. And then we do image, adjusts, hue saturation, 11 minus 44. Okay, and then we go to this last one. Image, adjusts, hue saturation. We do 11 and minus 44. Okay. So now, if we look at this, and then we pull up this, I mean, it's not perfect, but I was looking at like this color right in here to this color in here, right? Just like, hey, this is close. It's close. Not perfect. But for some reason it's used with the plank. So however that plank maps the texture, right? Because the board, is its own kind of thing. So this then group by plank, star, whatever. We're just adding a single variant treated to the plank. Okay, that and that and that. So that's probably going to be in here. Vintage engineering item plank treated wood plank. And the same DESC. Any wood type treated with creosote, coal tar creosote turns into a treated wood plank. Used for all treated wood block variants. Okay. We can close this so we don't accidentally change it. Any wood type treated with coal tar creosote turns into a treated wood plank used for all treated wood block variants. Okay, so that should have been the treated wood planks. And we can look at what that might look like in the game here. So, what we want to do next is look at MBIO. We want entity class this. That needs to be the only one, because for some reason, as I showed you the output, it was seeing that there was a entity class listed, but it wasn't. It was an empty string. So I don't know. I don't know what the game was trying to do. And I don't know if entity class, if none. It's what happens if you do none? What? How do you indicate that only one of these gets an entity class? Is there a situation in the game? Is there an example block that one purpose of the block would have a block entity, and then one wouldn't? I think a good example might be a chest. If we go to wood chest and we go open with, right? So you have variants. Oh, look at so many things. So we have the variants. Oh, see, I was thinking the variant groups. Types. Collapsed. Oh. Attributes. Collapsed. So this does specify an entity class. But even collapsed chests can have inventory. Shape. Why are these all done in the attributes? Did they change? Are they changing how the JSON works? Because this shape, it shouldn't be in attributes. It should be shape by type. Interesting. Base, block, wood, chest, normal, and then the shape. Interesting. So I wonder what the draw type is. There a draw type specified on here? Let's see it. I was basically looking for an example of a block where one variant of the block does not have a block entity, right? It's just it's a dummy block. I don't know. Could there be a... I don't know. Yeah. We'll see. If I say entity class by type started interaction is this, but none of these other ones have one, like how does the game react to that? We'll see when we start it up here. I just want to see multi-block and be interactable. This is not registered. Okay, so we need to go to the multi-block mod and block entity api.regis. That was the wrong call on that. API.register block entity class. And we have this type of VEMB MBBE interactable. Multi-block block entity interactable. I'm just trying to fix those mismatched because none of the other ones really need to be block entities. Again, this version of those blocks is they're just placeholder, right? They're just indicating, hey, this is where fluid or items or whatever. This is where this is. The interactable one. The interaction one is very, very special in that that's the one you interact with. So that one does need a block entity. The other ones don't, though. They're just indicating this is a special block. When I process the multi-block, when it's going and it's swapping, it's going every block and it's swapping them out. It's swapping them with a variant, right? The dummy block has the same kind of variance. The dummy blocks are going to have, but they're going to be specific with what kind of variant goes there. Is it an input? Is it an output? Is it both? Right? There's going to be a flag. There's going to be a flag set, and that flag will be what is the interaction? What is the multi-block interaction flag of that location? Is it an input? Is it an output? Is it both? And what is it? Fluid, item, power. That's why the enumeration they're all bit flags. Every value has its own flag, and then you can just AND them all together, or I should say you order them all together. To detect one, you AND it. You take the flag, you AND it by the enumerated value, and if it passes, if the AND is 1, then you know it has that flag. So it's a lot easier to do that with a bit flag than it is anything else. Okay, so this, now we should have I'm just gonna watch my output screen here for anything catastrophic. Oh, it did it again. Yeah. Oh, they're the dummy blocks. Stop resetting my scroll. So I need to look at the dummy blocks. Yeah. I guess I don't register the VEMB dummy, so I need to do that. Okay, so if we look at plank, treated wood plank. So there's your treated wood plank. Or is it a board? Board. Yeah, see, that's why I called them boards, but it's the item plank, right? That's why I was looking for board, because I understood them as a board, but in the code, they're item plank. It's a plank, but plank is the name they used for the blocks of planks. So yeah, I'm gonna have to remap that to board. Plank. It's really irrelevant. But what I want to do is I want to test, give item vent engineering, plank treated 20. Yep, they work. Okay. Okay. So we have all the treated stuff ready to go. And then we have, we shouldn't have any dummy blocks. I blocked those from the handbook completely. But we should have IO blocks. A component. I just do multi-block. Yeah, signal, gas, like they're not used. Mechanical will have a different. When Os mentioned gears, that'll probably be you'll see like a shaft or something that you'll be able to interact with, or maybe it could be I don't know. It doesn't matter what it is, but right, the mechanical one will have a mechanical look to it. It'll look like it has a gear or something in it, or a couple shafts, sort of like a gearbox for Create Mod. But yeah, those are those. Okay, so those are ready to go. We have the planks. Let's rename those really quick. Just to be consistent, treated wood board. Any wood type treated with color turns into a treated wood board. Any wood type. Any wooden board type treated with treated wood. And again, we don't have the recipes or anything like that set yet. What I really need is a squirter thing, sort of like the Create mod has this little squirter thing that squirts fluid onto a thing. Like that would be a handy thing. I've been trying to resist doing too much like creative or Create mod sort of things because that's a different mod that there is a fluid block, like the fluid thing for the immersive engineering. I forget what it's called. We look at the multi-blocks.
Lubricator.
That was part of immersive petroleum, the lubricating thing that you could add on.
Oh, true.
This was I thought they definitely bottling machine was. Oh, see, that bottled stuff that didn't. Squeezer created is basically a big fruit press. That was the squeezer. Maybe they didn't have one. The mixer. Diesel generator. Metal press, bucket wheel, bottling machine, assembler, auto workbench, arc furnace. That is a crazy. Look at the size. Look at that crazy texture. That's a 256 by 256 texture. That is insane how big that texture is. Right? 32 by 32 is like one of these little squares. 256 by 256. Whew. That is, 8? So that's 64 base game textures worth of texture space that you take from the texture atlas by just one texture. When you could split that up and use 32 by 32 chunks and just, design the multi-block, and then you could take like textures like this, and you could have separate blocks be borders, and you'd only need one, right? You need one corner and one edge, and then you could have a center block. I don't know how you do that. You really wouldn't be able to do the stripes. That would not be. You wouldn't want that. Because there would be no way to do that. But then you could take that border block and then use that and just rotate the texture. Like the game has all of that stuff built in for the multi-block. But I would just have one corner texture and then one edge, and I would just use that in the multi-block. And then one blank, right? One corner, one edge, one blank. And that's all you'd need. And then with the possible exception of having a border on each side, so top and the bottom you'd have borders, which would take, and then you could just manipulate the texture. You can shrink it and stretch it and all that kind of stuff if you have subtly different sized voxels. But what I really should do is just spend an exorbitant amount of time on the pump jack design to get an example and just be like, here is an example of what I'm talking about. And then everybody can just open that and then pick it apart and figure out how it all works. Because that, in my mind, I have it built a certain way, but I have the creosote oven done that way too. It's just super simple. The creosote oven is different. It's not one big voxel on a side. It's 9 individually sized voxels for the shape on each face, and then the face has a specific texture on it, and that's where all the textures come from. Is you just have this texture here, and this texture there, and this texture over here. And it looks like one cohesive face, right? It looks like it's one big texture, but it's not. It's 9 different textures, which is where you get the sort of variation of the bricks and stuff like that. You can sort of trick it and make it look like it's a one big texture, but it's not. It's just a bunch of little textures all sort of arranged and tiled in a way that makes it look really good. So the dummy block, this multi-block dummy, I'm not, where's my mod? I do. Multi-block entity dummy. Okay, where, yeah. Oh, block class. VEMB dummy. I'm not registering the block? Yeah, I am right here. VEMB dummy. VEMB entity dummy. I'm literally registering both of those. What? VEMB dummy. VEMB entity dummy. VEMB dummy. VEMB entity dummy. Oh, well, I'm an idiot. It helps to actually call the function that registers the classes. God only knows what this is going to do to the build and the startup routine. Okay. Could not find required shape. No, nothing. Yeah, I set a shape. Is there an example? Well, yeah, I'll have to look at that in a second. Okay, so I didn't get any of those errors for missing block entity and stuff. Obviously, now that they're in we don't need to worry about that. Wow. Yeah. Now that they're in, we might... If I give myself an interaction block and I place it, it might crash. And I really don't want to crash this world right now. It's already foobarred enough. Okay, so this... I need to look at how the base game... We're going to save gracefully and leave. We need to look at block types. No, this is in game. Block types, multi-block. So this block is empty, right? It's literally empty. So block basic nothing. Now it couldn't find it on mine because it's probably yes, it was looking in my domain. So let's redirect it to game, right? Draw type JSON. It's basically a copy, right, of the base game. It just doesn't have all of the coded offsets in it. So technically the offset, you can go +3 up and -2 down. So you can do 5 by 6 by 5 technically with the multi-block. Because you can go up to 3 high from the origin. So yeah. All of these probably get customized by the class, right? The side solid, side opaque, the collision box, the selection box. They're all defaulted to just single block, just a full block. That's all they're doing. So we'll probably do the same thing initially, and then maybe somebody will come by and help figure out how to subdivide the shape. I don't know. I don't know how to do the shape stuff. The shape is a really embedded. You really have to do some crazy shenanigans when you have a block, right? To get the block shape, this dot shape is a composite shape, and then it's like I don't. Scale, yeah, because the composite shape is a complex object, because it's like a very, very base game rendering object, so it's got a lot of shenanigans with it. So I don't know if you have one composite shape and then a single block and an offset, how do you subdivide a shape and just say, hey, I just want a collision box of this part of this shape? I don't know how to do that. That's what Blue Lightning suggested he was going to do, but he didn't go into detail about how he was actually going to do it. So yeah, block interactable is, yeah, there's a lot left to do on this. On neighbor block changed. So, yeah, to do detect if we're linked to core. If not, try to find it. Core position. Public block position core. Well, what? Oh, there's our babies. There's our babies. You just wanted some camera time, that's all. Yeah. What is the core position? What is the now do you mouse over it? Boink. What is the core block? So it can be null. If it's not set yet. Block interactable. So we also want to do unblock placed. So this, then we need to call the base method first. I got a purring creature in my lap. And she's too adorable. Because, it's exactly 5 o'clock. I don't know how she knows, but she knows when it's 5 o'clock. It's uncanny how she does this all the time. Because it's TREAT time, and she knows. She knows what time it is. Yeah, she knows what time it is. No, the pencil is not for you to play with. I know I'm going to find that on the floor tomorrow morning. So I think we have to call the base method in order. This literally like creates the block entity and such, right? The purrs are just too cute. Yeah. So we want to do MBBE interactable BE equals world dot block accessor dot get block entity of MBBE interactable block position. FB is not equal null. If BE dot core position equals null. B dot find MB core. Now, if there is a we do have an on block placed here. I might not need that. I might not need that on the block. Let's remove this. Block entity gets the same thing. We already do this. This is called after initialize. So you place the block, you do the action. It calls the block placement. The block placement then calls the block or instantiates the block entity. The block entity is created. That then calls on block placed. But it's initialized first, right? So it initializes the block entity. It creates the block entity. It initializes it. And then it calls the on block placed. And that's only when you place the block. When it loads from disk, it calls from tree attributes with the data. It creates the instance, and then it calls initialize. So we don't need this one here either. You want chin scratches, don't you? So this is the function that's going to be crazy. In core position, we're actually, if it's set, right? If we've placed it, if we found it, and it gets unloaded, it gets saved to disk. So we save where that core position is. We save that location, so we don't have to find it again. Because finding it is going to be this algorithm is going to be rough. Okay. Check neighbors to start the search. And a lot of this code, a lot of this process, because again, the interactionable block. So the question then becomes, and I know I'm late to it, but hey, Travis, thanks if you're still around. I'm glad it helped. Yeah, we're going to be streaming that again in about a month. Right around the Christmas holiday, we're going to be streaming that. And we're going to do it both Saturday and Wednesdays. I'm not going to do a dev stream during the holidays. There's just too much going on. I was pondering whether to do it today even. Like, I've got a lot on my plate. So the big question then becomes the interactable block. We could either limit this to the same plane, the same layer as the core, which would severely limit where we can place it, or we could just place it, it could be arbitrarily anywhere. The core is always going to be on the bottom layer, though, right? Layer 0. It's always going to be in the first layer, because it's going to be the first block you place. So the core will always be on the bottom. So that would indicate if the core is always on the bottom layer, layer 0, the interactable block will always have the core block at or below itself. Right? As a logical conclusion. The core is always on the bottom, layer 0. So that means anywhere you put the interactable block, anywhere, you always go down. At the layer or down. Which helps because it severely limits where we have to look and the blocks that we have to spider through, and limits the amount of shenanigans. So what I want to do is I want to load, I have one mod as an example of this sort of algorithm. And that would be the vein miner. Okay. From the World Eater or the Flexible Tools mod. So if we load this up, we have attempted vein mine. So here's the algorithm right here. We have blocks to mine, blocks to check. This is the algorithm. From roughly here down to here is the algorithm. So I'm just going to copy. And we're going to paste it. And we're going to have a bunch of stuff to fix, but I just wanted to get that in there. And then the rest of this, blocks to mine.count, this is all like, once you have once you have the checks and stuff, we have to customize it. Okay, blocks to check. Add block selection dot position. So we need to select ourself. This dot position. Blocks to mine, we don't need at all. But we want to change blocks blocks checked. Again, we're just kind of tweaking this. Oh, wait. Because with lists, with the generic types, in like lists and dictionaries and all the generic types, you cannot change the list as you're iterating through it, right? You cannot change the number of items because that changes the structure of the object itself, which the enumerator, as you're going through item to item to item, the enumerator is magical code that does this. If you cannot change that list as you're iterating through it. So what you do is you create a separate list with like, hey, this is my temporary list. When you get done with the items, when you get all done, you kick out and you're like, hey, this is a list of stuff to add. This is a list of stuff that I just checked. Now you can edit the list, and then boom, you bot back into the for each loop. So this for each loop is what creates that enumerator in this object. This is the object you cannot change, right? So the blocks checked needs to be once we check a block position and it's not what we're looking for, then we just add it to the blocks checked. By the time we get through all of these, we are going to have a bunch more blocks that we can then check and either rule out or whatever. Okay, so what we need to do, we're adding ourself, right, the MB core. What we're doing is we're saying, all right, we're going to start at us, right, the blocks to check. We're going to start at us. And then we're going to spider out in all directions from that. And we're just going to, it's just going to spider out until it finds the core. And this is one of those like things where you don't want to build two multi-blocks at the same time that are side by side. Because the spidering effect is, the interactable block is not going to care like which core you're looking at. All it cares about is there an incomplete core that I'm hitting, and it's going to hit the first one that it hits, right? But it has to be an incomplete core. So if you have a finished multi-block that's built and pretty and nice, you could build a multi-block next to it because that is an incomplete core, or that is a complete core. What we're looking for is an incomplete core. or built or whatever the code for the block is. So this process is we're spidering out to try to find the block that we're trying to find, right? Block ID, whatever. So I have to think about this, so I'm not gonna talk very much here. So okay, block position, blocks to check. We're gonna create a box around that block. We're gonna walk those blocks. So that's 27 blocks in the cube. We're gonna walk those blocks. And walk blocks is just boop, boop, boop. You're just walking the blocks. And every time it hits one, right, it's going to run this delegate, right? Because this is an action that it runs on every block. Every single block is going to get this call. You're going to get the coordinates of the block. You're going to get the actual block. Walk blocks, it gives you the block. So if the block ID does not equal 0, which means error, block is not error. Now, because error is just going to be ignored completely. So now we need and dblock dot code collectible dblock dot where is my code dot path dot contains stone Okay, let's look at block types. I mean, there's going to be a lot of block types that we're going to ignore. Like a lot. But rock? Maybe it's rock, not stone. Rock. And not. Well, let's just do string block code equals dblock no dot code dot path dot rather than index all of this, we're just going to take that string and we're just going to compare the string block code. Can we do like dot contains string dot contains no string dot compare no darn I was hoping to like create an array, just like create an array of like blacklisted items, just create an array of those and just say, hey, if this string contains any of these, I don't care how many, just any of them. There's probably a way to do that. There's probably a fancy like link command you could do, but I don't want to get into that right now. So rock dblock.is dblock.is I thought Oh, right. dblock dot is liquid. Okay. So I don't want any liquid blocks. If it contains rock, contains what? Gravel, sand, I mean, it's, oh man. Is there a way? We're going to do ore, I think. Yeah, see rock, I've already detected rock. So anything with rock in the name is going to ignore it. Anything with ore, loose stones. So we can do stone. I guess we still have to do stone. Stone. Can't forget about like dirt. I think it's soil is what the stone we already, anything with stone in it. Quartz. Jesus. My mouse is just, ugh. I'll leave quartz alone. If you want to build with quartz, I'm not gonna. These are block. Is there a diamond block? Dear. Oh, it's diamond. Oh, it's a, yeah. Stone clean. Really? Block stone diamond pat. What? Textures block. Stone diamond pattern. Oh, it's like. Oh, okay. It's like a floor. Yeah, it's a floor. It's like diamond. I was like, diamond blocks, but yeah, they're diamond patterned things. Okay. So like wood, I mean, there's so many that we could do. Oh, those are textures. I want to get out of textures, go back into blocks. Coral, I'm guessing, yeah. We could go on and on and on and on and on here. Bone, chisel, like anything. I don't know if it would be better to do a white list or a black list. But clay, I'm sure that we'd be able to figure out a use for clay bricks and stuff in there. So I want to be careful with clay. But flat out soil, right, is one of those farmland. I mean, just soil. Cob, really? Forest floor is its own thing. So block material soil, is that something we might be able to do? Let's see. D-block dot material. Enum block material. Can I do that? I can. So this might be. Nope. Sludgy gravel. Block material soil, okay. Forest floor is definitely block material soil. Ethos lab. I don't even know what ethos lab is. Oh. Ethos slab. Ethos slab. I don't know what ethos slab is. It literally has a comment in here. You're not supposed to put comments in JSON. I don't know what it's blue clay, but it's I don't know. I don't know what this stuff is. Cob, clay, bone layered, clay, block material, soil. So this is like rock. This is clay that you haven't mined. This is different from hopefully bricks. Block material, ceramic. Okay, yeah. Everything else, like you could go on and on and on and on and on with this, but even like glass blocks and stuff, that there should be no reason why you can't include these in like a water tower or something like that. You could easily add or require these kinds of blocks in a thing. I just wanted to, for my algorithm, I need to ignore these blocks because you're literally placing it on the ground. That could easily be like part of your house, right? So this is one of the reasons why I think in immersive engineering, he uses treated wood, because when you're trying to detect the multi-block, you don't want to include the structure you're building on and part of the multi-block and part of the algorithm to search. But you're going to be able to build with treated wood. So the spidering, like, highly suggest when you build these to build them on something that isn't included in the recipe. Or at least not a naturally occurring block, right? It's not rock, gravel, sand, any kind of ore, or any kind of stone, or soil, or it's not a liquid, right? And all I'm doing here is I'm just excluding these types of blocks from the validation, from this like check to see like where the core is. I want to ignore all of those, right? If the block does not equal 0, which is air, and like all of this, the block code, because the block code in this would be error, right? So I could change this, right? dblock.block ID does not equal. I could just do block code dot contains error, right? But if it's error, which is going to be the vast majority of skipped blocks are going to be error, especially in a really big thing like a refinery. There's going to be a lot of volume that it's going to ignore, but error blocks are a specific, like, hey, just ignore error blocks. And if it is error, that's a very fast, like, thing. So now that we've got a reasonable block list in terms of like what blocks are we going to ignore, we need to check the block position that we're at, the XYZ coordinate, and the dimension is 0. Is tree. I don't know what does this do? If we're cutting a tree down. We are going to remove this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Completely. Okay, so blocks to match. This is, again, we're customizing a separate algorithm. So now we need, we just need to see to what we're going to do is check. So the first thing we need to do is blocks to check. I need to switch this logic over a little bit. Blocks checked is ourself. We don't need to re-add ourself. We know ourself, our position, we know that we're not the core. This is an interactable block. This is not the core. So while we're adding blocks checked, right, we're adding ourself to the blocks checked. We're also need to blocks to check. We need to add the blocks to check. We need a starting position, and ourself is a starting position. But we don't need to add. We don't need to check ourselves. We just need to start somewhere. So blocks to check dot count, right, is the blocks to check. It's a while loop, so we're not creating an enumerator for this. We're just checking, hey, blocks to check. Do we have blocks left? Blocks to add are the blocks that we need to then add later on. So this call, instead of contains blocks to match, we need to, if, let's just remove this because it's confusing me. The block position, if blocks checked dot contains b check. If not, block contains. So if that list, if the blocks we've checked does not contain the one we're iterating on, right, the next one in the list. So if we're looking at a new block, a new position that we haven't checked before, and I need to see, well, yeah, see the dimensionality here, we need this dot position dot dimension. We need to maintain the same dimension as the position. Right? This is really, we don't want to hard code the dimension. We need to make sure we're checking the same dimension, however that's done. So blocks checked that contains, because we added the position. Well, that positioning has encoded in a dimension value. Now it could be 0, But I don't want to run that risk. We want to make sure that we're passing the same dimension as our position for consistency. In the case, maybe somewhere down the road, like the dimension system is fully fleshed out, and dimensions are, that dimension is actually used for something important. Okay, so if not, block check.contains means we are looking at a new block. We want to do, let's clear this. If not contains blocks check. We want to do an if world dot block accessor dot get block at b check is VEMB core. Right? So we're going to get the block. So okay. So step 1, pass in the block of the of what we are. But we're not going to check ourselves. We know this is an interactable block and not the core. So this then looks at all the blocks around it in a bubble 1 block wide around it. And it's going to iterate through. And it's only going to check blocks that are not that block that blacklist that we put in the if statement there. So if it's not air, if it's not rock or gravel or sand or ore or stone or soil, and it's not a liquid. All of that, we're going to say we're going to ignore all of those. Because I don't want it to attach to a water block, right? If you're building something over water, it would just spider through the water and it would just get lost, and it would literally crash your game because it would never end. So I'm going to need to add like a catch-all to this and say, oh, if you're doing this and you're over like 1,000 blocks, bomb out because something really bad happened and you need to stop. Otherwise, there definitely needs to be a catch-all in here somewhere. But if the block we're looking at is a core, right? That get block is VEMB core. And if core.variant of, we need to look at our core now. Let's close some of these shenanigans. Blocks, multiblock, creosote oven. So we want the variant state. If core.variant variant values as a result will not throw a null pointer exception when the key does not exist, but return null instead. Not sent for entities. Okay, yeah, we're looking at the core block, not the block entity. That's a important distinction. Core.variant of state, which should give me either of these two values. Equals incomplete. Right? Then we've found the multiblock core. If this triggers, we found it. And it doesn't matter what it is. If it's incomplete and we find it, we found it. So then what we do is we set core position equal to bcheck.copy. The copy is important. You don't want to just set equal to bcheck, right? Because it's a complex type, it's going to be passed by reference. And as soon as bcheck disappears from memory, right? As soon as the garbage collector cleans that up, the core position would be null as well, right? It would clean both of those up. Doing a copy creates a copy of it, a separate thing that now is assigned to this value that doesn't get cleaned up because it's a separate copy. So if variant of state is incomplete, we want to copy that location and basically break out of this. No, Jesus. Return. Let's just return out of it. We want to blocks to check.clear blocks to add.clear and blocks checked .clear. We're going to clear all those just because I just want to make sure we're cleaning up all that memory. We found it. Core position equals bcheck.copy, and then clear it all out. We do not need to continue processing. It'll just find the first one it finds, and then that's the core, right? That's the core that it's attached. And then we need to do an else. So if the get block is an MB core, then do all of the and then check its state. Otherwise, we need to add block check dot contains. If not block check dot contains, we need to then add blocks to add. Okay, because now we're in a new block. Is the blocks that we've already checked. This not here says, hey, if we haven't checked it yet, so we need to add it to the blocks to add. And then the blocks to mine, we need to add this to the blocks checked. We're not mining any blocks, obviously. Center order. What is that? What does that do? Center order. I don't know what that does. Because we need to add the block position to the list of blocks to check. Right? And the blocks to check is just we need to check the ones around this block. That's essentially what it's saying is just check around this block. We've checked the block itself, but we need to check around it. So the blocks to add is there. Right? And so now we need to come down here, and once this delegate function, which is just all of this, it just runs this for every block, right? It's if we could create a separate function that does exactly this, just copy and paste, and then this call would just call that delegate, right? You would just put like on block, and it would just be on block, and then you'd have an on block, and it would have all those variables, and it would just be exactly the same. But a delegate is just an inline function. And there are people that like that and don't like that. I'm kind of on the fence. It has its uses. Okay, so blocks to check.clear. So we are clearing the current iteration. This is the thing that we're for eaching through, blocks to check. So we're clearing that because we're out of the for each. Right? We're out of the for each. We now we can now clear that. I don't know if this might not be a smart thing to do. Clearing these while I'm in the enumerator might not be, but I think the crash would happen if it came back up and it did a reset. But since we return, we're just clearing it all and returning. We don't care about any of that. So blocks to check, we're clearing that. Then we need to say, hey, if we have blocks to add, if this is greater than 0, and then blocks checked dot count is less than limit, blocks to check dot add range, blocks to add, clear blocks to add. Right? This line, we clear the blocks that we need to check. We see, hey, we have some more to add, and then we just add those back to blocks to check. We just add them in, then we clear blocks to add, and then it comes up here and it says, hey, while blocks to check, and it rechecks the version that we just had. So we could add the very first iteration of this, we could add at most 26 more blocks to check. Right? So this is where the exponential, so every one of those, we are then spidering this way out. But we're excluding all of the ones we've already checked. Right? This is a vital call because we're not going to check a block we've already checked, which limits the crazy bloat that you get. So I want to do int limit equals 1,000, right? And then in here, we're saying, hey, if we've already checked 1,000 blocks, right, then this fails, the less than limit. So blocks checked dot count. If we've already checked 1,000 blocks, then don't do this. We're not going to check anymore. We're going to clear it. We've already cleared blocks to check, so that's clear. We clear that. We come up here. This is 0. Then we bomb out. It clears the blocks to check, and that's it. We need to clear. We've already cleared blocks to check, so I think this one we need blocks to check clear, but we've already cleared that. It would already have been cleared here. This fails. This drops. This clears. This, I think, needs to be blocks checked. Because we already do blocks to check. We already clear that. So that's already empty. It's blocks checked that we have to clear before we leave, just to clear up that memory. But we limit it to 1,000 blocks. If we're spidering through, then we really don't want to bother. And then we want to limit it as well to only check blocks lower than ourself. Okay? So the start, if you just imagine a block, just close your eyes and imagine a block. And the numbers are in blocks, in offsets of blocks. So -1, -1, -1 takes that block and subtracts 1 from XYZ. So that's one corner. And then the next one, 1, 1, 1, adds 1 to XYZ. Well, we want to go down, so the start goes down, but we'd only want to go up. We don't want to go up a level. We want to go around, but not up. So this is 0. So this limits us, instead of 27 blocks, right? It's 17 blocks. Or instead of 26 blocks, it's 17 blocks. It's the 9 below, which again, if it's on the bottom layer, they're all dirt or stone or whatever, like they're irrelevant. And then the ones around. So all the, like the donut around the block, and then the ones underneath. And that ensures that the spider of walking all of these blocks, it doesn't go up and out, because the core is always going to be at or below the interactable block. It's never going to be above it. And I'm just setting that as a restriction. It is never going to be above it. So anybody out there is like, but wait, what about the, no, ever. It's never going to be above it. So, yeah, it's just add copy. We're going to go out, but we're not going to go up, which is the Y. So we just limit the Y to 0 and say, hey, down 1, and then add our level. And then as we walk it, if it's, let's say it's like a pump jack or the creosote oven, and the interactable block is on the same level, well, below it might be dirt, and it's going to ignore all those blocks anyway. So it's only going to look at the blocks around it. Well, in the creosote oven, one of those blocks is going to be the core block. It's right next door, right? Wherever you put it, even if it was above, right? Even if you put the thing above it, it would still find it in the very first iteration, which makes it so much easier to test the code as you're walking through it, because you're not starting with a giant multi-block that you have to iterate through 500 times to find the block. It's literally in the very first block segments that you're allocating, because the shape itself is still only 3 by 3 by 4, so it's very manageable, very easily testable. But we found it, core position. We grab the position. We say, hey, this is the position that we've been waiting for. If we didn't save it, we found it. And this is called, right, when you place the block essentially on the initialization. So this is on initialize, and then this one is trigger validation. So we can manually trigger it. Oh, that needs a world. That needs the API. So the trigger validation, like this call, it should never do this. That would be a weird edge case where it lost. I don't know why this would ever fire, but it's in there anyway in case it's null. And then we could just say this is just an else. We don't have to do another if. If core position equals null, do that. Else, do this. And then trigger validation, that that is going to be a monster. Well, the validation part itself will be, that's kind of done for us. It's the swap that's going to be the monster. It's going to be a beast. It's going to be an absolute beast. But we've chipped away a little extra off this project. We've got a bunch of blocks in the game now, building blocks that we can use in the recipe. And so I think what I want to do is, I don't know. I think, yeah, we're in a good spot right now. I think this build will build. Now, the public release that I put out probably sometime on Sunday, because again, I'm going to be gone next week. So sometime on Sunday, I'll probably put out the next public release. None of this stuff is plugged in yet, right? Do not tweak with this, especially if you're on a server that like you want to protect. Like the building blocks, the treated wood, you can give yourself those and have fun. The engineering blocks, like none of the blocks themselves, none of the really generic blocks do anything. I would highly suggest not placing the interactable block, right? Don't place that one, but all the other ones, you can place because they're just dummy blocks. They're just deco blocks at this point. The interactable one, I might even just like turn this off. Right? You just take this and you go, okay, we're just gonna not do that right now. Just because I don't want people giving themselves this block and then placing it in the world and then having this would just be bad, right? Because it would run this code every time the system loaded. So it's not a block you want to play with. It's definitely not one you want to spam as a deco block. It's a very specialized block. So yeah, removing this is kind of important. And then where else was this? Yeah, this is fine. Trigger validation, this. We're just going to remove that as well. And then I can't remember. Is the version that's out 4.8 or 4.7? It is 4.7. So 4.8 will be the next version. So yeah, not a lot like usable. But I mean, they got the deco blocks, you got some bug fixes, stuff like that. This is again one of those features that just takes a long time, and now with the holidays, it's going to be even more sporadic. Plus the anniversary of the channel and stuff like that. So a lot of my time is going to be on that kind of stuff. So there may not be a significant amount of progress for a public build for December. We'll have to wait and see. I might do an all-nighter at some point. Like I tend to do that. Like I get going on a momentum and I just drive through and I get a whole bunch of progress done in at once. If I get like inspiration or something, it can happen. But yeah. December is always iffy because there's a lot of family stuff and a lot of like just shenanigans going on. So, anyway, that's going to do it for the stream, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed yourself and learned something at least, or at least were slightly, modestly entertained at some point. If that is the case, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel, and consider being a patron or channel member and supporting the work that I do. Modding the games that I do. I've got mods for many, many games. And I look to patrons and members for ideas or guidance or suggestions or recommendations or what have you on mods or fixes or updates or features or whatever. So if you want to have direct influence on mods or features, then by all means, please become a supporter. My time is worth something, and it's up to you to determine what. But yeah, I thank everybody for coming by. Saturday, the tentative plan right now is the Astroneer with expansion pack. There's another like factory like style mega factory thing expansion pack coming. Megatech, thank you.
Yep.
And that's coming out tomorrow. And yeah, so the tentative plan is a little multiplayer with that. I don't know how fast progress is going to be before we get to that stuff. I hope we don't go an entire stream and still not get to any of it. But that would be disappointing. But because it takes a while.
That's possible. From what I gather, they have a post on Steam telling you what you need for what. I was actually going to ask you offline if we wanted to work on that tomorrow and Friday.
Well, what I can do tomorrow I definitely want to test. So if you or Renegade or anybody else is around tomorrow, we can definitely boot it up, get the world going and get it started. Friday, what I can do is I can just host. But my Friday, I'm going to be hanging out with my grandma. I'm going to be hanging out with my dad. Like it's like everybody all at once is like, hey, so pretty much my entire Friday is going to be locked down. Maybe Friday evening I'll be around, but I can certainly like try hosting it and just hopefully I don't die. And I don't know like in a multiplayer game, like I don't know if something bad happens and it crashes and people lose a bunch of progress. Like I hate doing that and walking away. But yeah, I'm gonna be gone from like 10:30ish all the way to 7-8 o'clock at night, easy. Like it's gonna be a good 8-9 hours that I'm gonna be AFK on Friday. So if worse comes to worse, like I don't know what we can do as far as the save game. If we get it up and running on Thursday and get some progress done, like some of the content we've already done, like getting just the basics and stuff up and running. And then if we really worry about stability or something, I can send like you the save, and if Renegade's on board, you can just continue. I don't know what happens if a different player starts, like if you load the save like and it's a multiple. I don't know how that. I'm a little worried about that getting all scrambled, but because as the host, my character's name and stuff would be the primary character, and I don't know how that would, like, if you then loaded the save, are you now my character or are you yours from the multi? Like, I don't know how that works.
I think most games they do it by Steam ID or some kind of ID.
Yes, most games do that. It would be nice if they did it. But it's different with a dedicated server to a hosted save. Like I'm not sure if there's a difference there, but if worse came to worse, then I would make it available on Friday. I would just upload a zip of the save and say, "Hey, I'll host it, but if you all run into problems, here's the file that we had. If the problems manifest early enough, you could just host it yourself and continue while I'm away, and then you just send me back the file, Friday evening, and we can get it back up and running. But having an alternate, just so you don't have to start over.
Yeah.
But yeah, Saturday is going to tentatively be that. So yeah, that's going to be a thing. And then next week, Wednesday, there's going to be no stream. Saturday, I'm planning on streaming, but my flight doesn't come back on Friday until like 11:30 at night. And now for me, that's usually not a big deal because I usually go to bed at 2 in the morning. But I'm gonna be on West Coast time. So yeah, I'm gonna be just my circadian rhythm, my schedule is gonna be so foobarred after a week of in a different time zone and stuff. Because I'm gonna get back at 11:30, but it'll feel like it's 9:30 to me. And then I'll be awake, God only knows how long that night, and then Sunday or Saturday I'll be like, I didn't get to bed till 5 or whatever, like however that pans out. Whatever. I'll make it work. I might be dead on my feet, but I've streamed in worse conditions. Plus, you guys are going to be doing all the work anyway, so. Anyway, that's going to be Saturday. I have been enjoying Stardew Valley, and it is nice. And it is a failsafe. If a stream day comes around and nobody's around or nobody's available, I'm just going to default to that Uber production game as well. Just like, hey, this is just a continuation of it. But I still am very much enjoying the game. But this expansion pack came out and people have shown interest, so we can jump into it. But anyway, have a great rest of the weekend, everybody. Or no, great rest of the week. I forget it's Wednesday today. Great rest of the week. Stay warm, and have a good one. How many people does it allow? I don't know. If it's a normal game, it's probably 4. I don't know if there's a multiplayer limit on that, but yeah.
I think it might be 4.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it was 4. Stupid games are just like, oh, you only have 3 other friends? Yeah, these are the games for you. But anyway, yeah. See you later.